If you want news and rumors that appeal, welcome to the Dusty Wheel.
Hey, welcome back to the Dusty Wheel. Good night from the Dusty Wheel. And we sit around here, smash to black.
If you want news and rumors that appeal, welcome to the Dusty Wheel.
Hey, welcome back to the Dusty Wheel. Hey, welcome back to the Dusty Wheel. I'm your host, Innkeeper, and this is our insane early morning live stream all about the Wheel of Time. That's right, we're doing a little live watch tonight, and we're going to get it started. We're just on time. We're on time. We are on time as we think about it around here at the Dusty Wheel. That's right, 7 after is on time. I have no recollection of exactly how that came to be, but maybe my first guest tonight does. Brian, welcome, and do you remember exactly how 7 minutes became a thing?
You just take too long to get ready.
Okay. But it wasn't like a... Did someone just say
No,
7
it was
minutes,
an
or was it just
accident.
like... It just became a thing?
Accidentally wound up being about 7 minutes every time you did it.
Yeah. So we're on time. We're on time, everybody. It's Thursday. It's Thursday, Brian. Cheers.
It is. Cheers. Cheers.
Do you have a Dusty Wheel mug with you?
It's up here.
That's so weak, man. Come on.
Yeah, it's dirty.
That's fine.
I'll have a
That's
clean
fine.
one.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. I'm seeing a lot of people in chat. Hey, look at that. Innkeeper's wife is in chat.
Hi.
Good to see you. Good to see you out there, Innkeeper's wife. That's honest, Brian. Dusty Wheel
They're just
time.
dirty?
That's right. Yeah. By the way, if you're watching us over on Instagram, what are you doing up this late? Or I guess you could be up in the morning. That's fine. And welcome. And we will try to remember to jump over there and see comments if you have them. Let's remind everybody what we're doing right now. We're just getting together. We're getting kind of hyped for episode 4. And that begins in about 50 minutes. So over the next 50 minutes, Brian's just going to entertain us all with his humor, right?
Yeah.
You look like in a very humor mood right now, Brian. You're bringing the humor. You're bringing the humor.
Yes.
Yeah.
I brought the humor. I think you might have missed it, but
I did.
but we can
I
keep
do.
going, and maybe
do.
you'll catch up with us.
I do. I often miss it. That's true. But basically, for the next 50 minutes, we'll be talking about stuff like, what are your snacks? What snacks did you bring? Brian, did you?
I have
Look, I got
a
this
bag
nice.
of goldfishes.
Yeah. No, you
Goldfish.
didn't
Goldfish
prepare.
crackers.
You did not prepare. I got a good mix today. I got a good mix. Maybe not enough like greens maybe in here, but I'm feeling good about this one. Hopefully you all grab some snacks. That's right, because that's going to help me stay up for the next 4 to 5 hours as we do a little pre-show. We do a little live watch, and then we do a good 2 to 3 hours of conversation at least afterwards. And then some of us will go to bed, and some of you will stay up and rewatch it, etc. But just remember that if you don't make this one, maybe you're just checking in because you're like, okay, these guys are insane, but I got to still go to bed. You can actually see us tomorrow. We are going to have part 2 of this event, and let me throw it up on the screen here. Part 2 of this event is, happening at 8 p.m. Eastern. And yes, special guest, Rafe Judkins will be kicking off the show with us, so you'll want to be there for that one. You will hopefully have wanted to see the show and have seen it. Because yes, there will be spoilers. We're going to be asking him questions. The whole point is he wrote this episode, and so we want to talk to him about it. This is something he's he always talks about the Shadow Rising getting to this point, and this is such a seminal moment in the Shadow Rising that we're looking forward to that moment. So, but until then, we got hours of conversation to be happening here. Hopefully, we'll have some other guests like that's right, my fellow innkeeper who clearly actually went to sleep. Brian, did you get some sleep before this?
I don't know if I call it sleep, but my eyes were closed and my head was on a pillow. So,
nice. Yeah. Oh, well, good job. I tried. Yeah. I did the same thing. I laid down. It was dark. I took my contacts out. That kind of, I felt like maybe I was going to sleep. Yeah,
Yeah.
By the way,
hat off. It was a whole ordeal.
You took your hat off. Yeah. Yes, Robert, I agree. He's like, man, I love doing this with y'all. Yeah, again, we got 4 more weeks of this. So let's just make the most of it, Let's have some fun. I agree. It's gonna be a blast. We doing a raffle at the beginning, Kevin? Sure. Yeah.
Why not?
Let's do that. Kevin's assuming that I can manage this on my own. This used to be Taylor's responsibility, and then Innkeeper on us took it over because he's figured out how to do it really well. And then I don't really know. I'm looking to see if I can figure out how to get to the. Okay, I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it right now. But Innkeeper will be here shortly, and we'll do that, Kevin, when he gets here. I went to look. I'm just not. I'm not seeing it. But I'm assuming he. Oh wait, this might be it. Okay, I'm almost there, everybody. I found it. Okay. There we go. Let's Kevin, let's just let's start one. Did it start there? Yes, it did. Some dusty swag. That's right. Exclamation point, Raffle. I expect my wife, she'll be joining this one. I've always seen her. She jumps in. Hey, why not? I mean,
why not?
She's in the chat. If you're on Instagram, you won't see this. So jump over on YouTube with us. Plus, you get in the chat. It's a lot of fun. You can answer the polls. It's just it's a better viewing experience. It's cool that you found us on Instagram, but come on over. Found that. That's cool. That's working. So thank you, Kevin, for throwing that out.
Good idea.
Episode 4 listed. I'm getting the chills. Yes. Oh, good point. Why don't we open up a little Prime Video on our machines, everybody? Remember, this is so important. You are watching this show on your own device. We are not going to be watching it. You're not going to be hearing it and seeing it on our screens more than a little tiny bit. And I'll show you what I mean. By the way, I checked. It's not live yet. So, but it is. It's showing there, right?
Yeah.
Here's an example of what you might see tonight. As we're watching this, you might see us do something like this, on screen. And Brian and I'd be like, oh my gosh, what? What do you call that? She just Indiana Jones'd him or whatever. I don't know what that is. So we'll be jumping back and forth, but we're not going to put the audio on and the full video there. But we'll be switching back and forth and oh man, this is crazy. And stuff like that. What a time to have switched that over. That was pretty big moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a moment. So we'll be doing a little bit of that, but it's not going to be on the screen a ton of this time. You're going to have to be watching it on your own device. But again, you'll see us kind of react to some portions of this. It's gonna be fun. By the way, I like to kind of welcome everybody in chat. I probably missed some of you. I'll try to remember to grab that. If you are here for the first time, I saw that, Brian. If you are here for the first time, remember, chat is meant to be a really, really fun place to be. And in order for it to be a fun place to be, please don't bring your axes to grind here, right? We get it. It's totally fine for you to be oh man, I didn't like that. Cool. Yeah. We all don't like certain parts of this.
There's no way they're not going to like it.
You don't think that people are going to like something or complain about some aspect of it? Come on. I hear an innkeeper. And now I see an innkeeper. Hello, sir.
Hello.
Chats, you can, I don't like this, whatever. But what you're not here to do is personally attack people that have to do with the show. You're not here to attack the show itself. And if you get like really ornery and just kind of like you're just negative, don't be surprised if you're just kicked because you're ruining the experience in chat for everybody else. That's just how it works. Chat is an experience here. It's meant to be a fun place. And if you think about it this way, it's like the hatch home. And if you came to my house and you were just going to be a jerk, we would invite you to leave. And then if, we'd eventually make you leave. So that's how it happens in chat. If you're new here, then I hope you learn quickly. We do have some mods with us, including Innkeeper on us and Brian the Gleeman. So they will be watching chat this whole time. Innkeeper, I doubt you saw something that we've added to the show here. So I'm going to. I
did.
Did you see it? Did you see it?
Okay. I saw your timing too. Yeah.
Yeah. Was that? Did you? Now here we go.
Yeah.
Hey, look at that. Look at that.
That's good. Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
You can see us all. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're reacting to the screen. You'll have to kind of like adjust for the screen.
Yeah.
It's not perfect, but it's kind of fun.
Yeah. Like Brian's kind of center. That's
And exactly. My wife said, "Don't be a jerk." That's right.
Don't be a jerk.
Yes. Don't be mean to other people. This isn't a place to be mean to anyone else either. So, yeah. Basically, we're about to have some fun. We're about to do some live watching of some show here when episode 4 drops. But before that happens, right, we have a good 45 minutes. And so, Innkeeper, Brian showed us what snacks he brought for the event. Did you? I brought these here.
Yeah.
Did you bring yourself a plate?
I mean, so I have like a big water, water.
That's it. That's all you got.
Oh no, I got like
That's all you got.
Like,
Water.
I got Snapple.
Oh, Snapple. I was gonna say.
Okay.
I was gonna call the doctor.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have my it's Wednesday night. It's like shawarma night, so I got my shawarma.
Okay.
Right?
Okay. Nice.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
I got that.
That's pretty good. I like that.
And then I got like a little sweet, like I got like a little sweet, some chocolate.
Kinder.
Sweet.
Yeah. Kinder chocolate. Yeah.
By the way, those of you in chat also, I'm going to communicate this from a spoiler perspective. No spoilers from the books Beyond Fires of Heaven. Brian, do you mind like doing like a spoiler? Just comment in chat like spoiler. No, whatever. Nothing beyond or only through Fires of Heaven, and nothing beyond the episode we're watching. I don't know how to, but anyways, like we know that like once the episode begins here, we're going to give it like 5 minutes to make sure everyone sees it and we're all good to go. So if any of you get ahead of us, please don't sit in chat and tell us things that are coming. We'll put a timer on here and I'll show you how that's going to work. No, I didn't want to open up Minecraft. That was the wrong.
Well, this is what you're here for now. We're going to watch Matt play Minecraft.
What? Yeah, I'm like sitting here like I don't need. What if Minecraft shuts down my computer? I was like accidentally clicked on Minecraft, and I'm like, yeah, get out of the way, Microsoft updater. If this stream shuts down, we still got like 40 minutes to get the stream back up.
Don't worry.
That is like so annoying. Okay, there we go. Anyway,
okay, good.
Yeah, I clicked another window. We'll see if that causes problems later on. Whatever. So we will start the timer here, and this is where we are at in the show, in the bottom corner of this screen. We don't want you to be commenting ahead of that. So as you see, once you see it, you can press play, and then you'll always be hearing us at the same cadence of where you are at as we're talking. We're not going to talk a lot during it, but we'll make some comments. Yeah, that's kind of how this will proceed if you've never been with us before. So... And
I have a.
Yes.
I'll just talk for a minute while you prep things. At work this week, or actually for the last couple of weeks, one of my coworkers has started talking to me in real time metaphors. And
Nice.
he would say, "Hey, we need to solve this problem. It's like that time when Perrin had to go back to the Two Rivers, and whatever." And I'm just like, "What are you doing?" He just happened to notice my books on my bookshelf.
That's awesome.
And he just wants to bond with me over the Wheel of Time, and he's only read like the Wikipedia entries, so he gets things like
Nice.
hilariously wrong, but it's still pretty funny.
That is hilarious.
Yeah.
By the way, I noticed this little happy name day to Bree. What a birthday. Bree, happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Cheers. Cheers to Bree, everybody. Cheers. Cheers to you too. That's right. We have, hopefully you all have water. Again, 4 or 5 hours. Feel free to kind of remind me to catch up on that. Let's jump over to Instagram. See a bunch of people in Instagram here. Hey, I see Amber there in Instagram. Again, awesome to see you there. We might not jump back and see your comments too often. Always jump over into YouTube on YouTube Live with us, and enjoy some fun in the chat. Like I said, chat's another show of its own. Let me see what comments I'm missing. Oh, we do have a Dusty Swag. A raffle. Is this probably good enough to like end this raffle? How are we feeling?
Yeah, let's go for it.
Innkeeper, we started a raffle.
Yeah.
I started one by myself. I know, it's pretty impressive. We'll give it 10 more minutes. At like the half an hour mark before. So if you want to still enter again, you have to be in chat and type !raffle, one word. You don't have to do it multiple times. I'm not going to give you multiple entries, so please don't do that. Don't spam the chat. But we had a fun time in like 4 or 5 hours ago doing a little before show. We showed a lot of clips. We're going to show some of those before this begins. But I'm going to end this poll. Almost 270 of you answered, what will we see in episode 4 Cold Open? The options were Age of Legends, Teleranria Dreams, Rudian, or Other. 44% of you believe Age of Legends.
Really?
Brian, where are you at here? Like, what do you think of think about the arc of kind of those first 3 episodes. Where would you have written in a cold open for episode 4?
I think it would have to be an Age of Legends.
Would you go Age of Legends?
Age of Legends one, because we haven't had one yet this season.
Okay.
And we also, Viridian is all about the past, right? So... yeah, I think that now's the time. Now's the time
for Age of Legends. Okay.
Yeah.
Would you? But did you feel like you were like preempting the show? I mean, we know in Rudian it goes back into the past. Would you still want to do it, like, take us there and then take us back there? You know what I mean? Like, or would you show us something?
I see what you're saying.
You see what I'm saying? Like, they're already going to go back there. That's my curiosity. Like, would they keep going back since we're already going back? Yeah.
I feel like
Who says you can't go home?
I feel like an Aiel cold open. I don't know what that means, but like something to do with the Aiel.
Okay.
Now,
like a present day Aiel.
Yeah, present day Aiel. Maybe like maybe a Shido something, or like nice. That kind. Yeah, like something that's present day. Like yeah, I don't know if that's gonna happen this but like if Muradin goes into Ruidian, I don't know. Like if that preempts Rand and Moraine going in, but like something to that effect where they show something else happening at the same time that you'll see later. And that could be Muradin.
Manetheren cold open also is an option.
Huh. Oh, that could be neat. That could be neat.
I feel like Age of Legends cold open should be reserved for now.
I feel like it's going to be a past scene.
Rand cruising around in sunglasses, driving a Joe car. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
That's like a Lida cold open might be fun. See, I kind of wonder because they talk about this being like they talked about this being like the Ruidian like.
Imagine
episode.
No cold open.
Oh, that would be interesting. I actually would like that. I'd be totally fine with no cold open. Okay, let me ask that question.
Open?
Yeah.
Like it starts with the title screen.
He just does the
no
logo
cold open. And
with
just
an hour and 8 minutes of
jump straight into,
That's
Ruidian.
a cool idea.
Yes.
Yeah.
No cold open. No, I need a cold open.
By the way, how many people are here? I didn't like
right
this.
now.
I don't know.
234 people.
All right. Okay. Good crowd. Welcome.
Yeah, welcome. Exactly. Okay, I just threw this poll out to you. Do you prefer no cold open or just jump straight into Rudian? No cold open or I need a cold open. So I'll be interested to see how that. Innkeeper's wife says Pat and Fane. I wouldn't mind going back to him because we really haven't been back there in a while and kind of seeing what he's up to. That could be an interesting one because it pulls the tension. Like you're kind of we're in Meridian, but you might be thinking about like what's happening to the people back in the Two Rivers. I like that. I like that.
Do you think do you think we'll see anything other than Ruidian? Like, are we going to go to Two Rivers? Are we going to Tanchico? Are we going to see the other characters at all?
I don't know how you do. That's what I mean. That's what you use a cold open for, right? Or maybe
Right.
like an end scene. The kind of I don't know how you do anything else and do all the stuff that they right. They're like, how do you go get them into Meridian and do the 7? I think Yosha said he has 7.
Yeah, there's that.
7
There's the
disguise,
Moraine
whatever,
stuff.
7.
There is
And then the
probably
Moraine
Egwene
stuff too. So yeah, yeah, because I thought they mentioned Egwene also
Yeah,
in the
yeah.
context.
A CCXP, yeah.
I don't see how you do it.
Imagine, they're gonna have like a whole plot of like a whole arc of like Matt and Perrin in there too.
Yeah. Boots of Time, welcome. So excited will we see Savannah drama. It seems like we might. It kind of depends on if they just only gave us a episode 4 in that. Why don't we watch? I think this one. Where is it at? Let's watch the one. I think I have this right here. Okay. We will watch. This one is one of the previews that came out today. Look, you can kind of look away if you don't want to watch this. If you just like don't want to see anything, but you want to stick around with us, we're just going to show this. We'll be talking a little bit about it, but again, if you don't want to see anything, I get it. But we got 30 minutes, and we're gonna kind of have fun with it.
They can't, the Rand and Moraine clip, that can be the cold open, right?
The random right? No, I don't think so.
Like they need a little bit before that to set it up.
Yeah, I mean,
they do
that's
set
when
it.
they're going in, right? So
Yeah, right?
Ooh.
Can't that?
Aniline cold open. Could
Yeah. Huh.
be. It's not Deadsy. It's not possible to see Savannah without drama. Yeah, that's true.
Nice.
Maybe we see something that is an impetus for Moraine going into Rudian later. Brian, I forgot. Did you end up posting something? I totally meant to.
I did.
You did.
I
You
pinned
did.
it.
Okay. Awesome.
At the top.
Yeah. Sweet. Didn't Rafe say something like Rudian would be intercut with other plots in a nifty way? I can't remember, Knuckles. That's a great question. I'm so ready to flicker. Tinkers arrive at Two Rivers. That's an interesting one. Tree killers. Okay. Oh, that's an interesting. They could. What if they did like we talked about Blood, Snow, Light as the cold open?
No. That's one of the 7, right?
I'm saying, what if they didn't? What if they didn't? Because that's not in the original 7.
Yeah.
I'm just saying it's not. It could be that they actually don't include that, but that's how they kind of connect us to what's about to happen. And Rand.
You're right.
So, anyways, we're gonna watch this. This is something they released today. It's a 30-second clip, which I think is really. I think it's a lot of fun, and it had some fun stuff for us to be discussing. So, enjoy, everyone. Here we go.
The last battle's coming. I know you can win it for the light.
We're going to the last place anyone would ever think to look for me.
To lead is to know where you came from. Make them believe in you. And they will follow you to the ends of the earth.
What will you do?
I'm going to protect you. Or die trying.
Okay. Just give
what
us
if-
the episode already.
The Lan Moraine bonding scene from New Spring. What if they show that?
Oh, like do a little Moraine
Remember,
background?
we've seen that in the trailer. They're bonding in like a field of, and we were like, how does that fit into the rings? Because that's the future.
Right.
So what if they show that?
It could. I mean, again, because we were wondering how they might show that, how they would include it.
Right,
That could
right.
be- Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's going to be, if we're going to see something, this is the episode to do something IEL based, like you said, Honest, at the beginning.
Yeah.
So maybe like the going over the spine to sack Karian and kill King Lemon for, chopping down a tree. Maybe something around like some world building with, a tour of Cold Rock's Hill or something, like
Yep.
we learn you don't kill blacksmiths, you don't kill tinkers, you don't do all these things. Maybe more about Giotto, or like, male Aiel channelers go north to the Blight. Maybe we get something like that, right? Like something that's like, by the way, this isn't just like a desert. This just like everybody else, everywhere else we've been, but like maybe some backstory, something to make this Aiel culture feel a little bit more uh, uh, three-dimensional.
Yeah.
Maybe the rooster joke. That would be
Maybe.
cool. I don't know. I have no idea, but I think it would be fun.
Raffle time is up. Eric's like, I don't want any more people to enter. I want,
Someone really wants to.
I want a chance to win here. So almost 100 of you ended up, jumping in the raffle here. Let me close the entries, and let's pick a winner here. Here we go. There it is. Arianrad Brightmoon has won some Dusty swag. So welcome.
Nice.
I'm not
Congrats.
as familiar with like your username, but if you don't know, you can just reach out to us on Discord, and basically we get your email address and we send you a gift certificate to go grab some swag at the Dusty Wheel store. So congratulations. Again, you can find the link to Discord in the description of this video. And congratulations. Welcome and congratulations. So let me look at the cold open. Almost 200 of you getting there on this vote. Do you prefer no cold open and just jump straight into Viridian? 40% of you are at no cold open. 60% are at I still need a cold open. So yeah, I mean, I guess I just want to get right into what they're going to give us with Viridian. I just want to get there and get going. So
Yeah.
I just want to again kind of get moving. So reminder, no spoilers in chat. If you persist on it, we'll just kick you. So just remember, no spoilers past Fires of Heaven, and like I said, and also no spoilers into or beyond the episode where we're at. Just again, make this kind of a fun experience for everyone to be here and watching the show. So we have about 30 minutes before this begins. Let me remind everybody again how this works. And good to see the 13th Depository here. Agreed. Definitely ready
that
for
cameo in episode 1. That's nice to have you back.
Sorry you got raided.
This is basically we will. You'll see us from time to time do something like this, where we'll throw up kind of where we're at on the screen, and we'll start the timer so you'll see exactly where we're at. And also, we'll sometimes switch into here and just be reacting to the show as it goes. You won't hear the show on here, and we won't leave this up too long. So again, you'll be watching on your own machines. So just make sure you have that ready to go. You'll see us. We'll do a countdown and we'll begin the timer tonight. So I don't know if did we see the winner actually respond in chat?
I don't think so.
I know a lot of people have said congratulations, but haven't seen them yet. So, So again, that's just a reminder. We will start right at about 5 minutes after the hour. I know you're going to get really excited. You're going to want to get moving on the episode. We're just going to make sure in chat that everybody can see it. We had this happen. We had this actually happen before, which was some countries didn't have it for a moment, and so we just kind of waited, and so we'll do the same thing here. Exactly. Yes. On your own machines. Yes. Again, we can't show the episode on the screen here, but we can all be watching it together, and that's what we do. So, but you will again. Most of us, some of you will end up kind of picking or only watching it. You can mute us if you don't want to hear anything that we're saying. You can just stay in chat. You can come back after chat. After the live watch is over, we will begin talking about the episode for a good 2 to 3 hours at least, and what we saw there. And then if you don't want to stick around, you can always come back tomorrow, or I guess tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern. And Rafe Judkins, the showrunner of the show, will be our guest to kick off with us, and we'll be talking all about episode 4 with him. So it's going to be a blast. What does he mean that he'll start the timer tonight? It's daytime. Exactly. For some of you, it is daytime, right? Eric, we'll turn on the call-in lines. We won't leave them open on right now just because it costs money. So we won't waste that for the next hour and a half, but we will, if you just remind me in chat, we'll turn on the call-in lines when it's over, and you guys can call in and give us your feelings about the show. So David said, no calls, please. It won't be the whole thing. We tend to weave calls in into the conversation. We try not to make people wait too long, but sometimes people wait 20 or 30 minutes, just depending. And we will go full spoilers eventually. We'll probably talk about the episode for a good 30 to 40 minutes without spoilers, or with a spoiler restriction we have now. And then we'll remove that. And so for anyone that doesn't want any full book spoilers, we'll invite you to leave at that time. But the discussion will go full book spoilers for the last, like I said, 1.5 to 2 hours. So, 25 minutes to go. Exactly. So, that thing that we just watched, I thought I wanted to kind of focus on an image. Let's see, I have it right here. And
Brian, have you seen that before? Are you not seeing it? What are you doing?
Yeah, did you watch that, Brian, or did you look away during the preview? The little video thing we watched? Yeah. Were you watching it?
I kind of wasn't paying attention.
You weren't paying attention?
You can talk about it. We can talk about it.
Because Matt's gonna he's gonna like, I want you to look at this one image.
Yeah.
Are you showing? What are you showing?
Yeah, I'm gonna show you what I'm showing right here. Oops. This is what I'm showing. So I wanted to zoom in on like some of these like wagons that are coming out, and if you notice, like,
is there a face on the? Is there a face on the wagon there?
A face? I can't tell. You mean like right in the side?
Yeah.
No, it looks like it's kind of
that's
like
that's the gray man from this episode.
That's the gray man. Yeah, it's totally the gray man.
They're really good at hiding.
I like it.
I totally see a face, and it looks like Elaine's.
Dale said that's Captain Jack Sparrow. Yeah, like that image again. I'm looking forward to seeing what they're going to do with showing us that part of the books, and then the wider image looks a lot like this.
Abraham Lincoln.
Where you can see a lot of destruction.
Is this the pod racing
happening
scene?
Here. This is the pod racing scene. This is totally the pod racing scene.
What's way in the back? Are those is that lightning or?
Yeah, I mean that's what we're not sure. I
The
mean,
breaking.
this
of
is
the world.
this suggests that this is the breaking. Right, this is after the tainting Sidene, and then they're destroying the world.
How was the end of the first age described? Wasn't there something about like fire or something? It made me yeah.
There is a description. I don't have it in my head. Of
yeah. I don't know why that made me think of that. Yeah.
I can't remember if it's in a quote. Yeah, I feel like it's in a quote. Now you want to make me go to Theoryland and look it up.
I don't know why. Like that was the first thing that came to my mind. There's no way they're going first age, right? But it's always interesting. Like they could. Well, if it's not in the books, I don't think they can do it. There's also that.
Yeah.
Is that a person by the horse's leg?
Who said that? Adrian.
Adrian Glover.
That was good.
Nice.
AJ said Musk and Merc fought with spear of fire.
Yeah.
Paint them for camouflage. Yeah.
There you go.
Love that breaking in the back, lightning raining down from the sky and everyone escaping wagons. Yeah.
Joe cars.
It's the ancient Aes Sedai symbol. There you go.
There you go.
It's a bunch of mini dragon mounts. This one, actually, I don't know. Where is... That's a good question. Is it Perrin Dyson? Where they're leaving from?
No, that...
Could be.
Because Visane's different. That's where the Sharom Pull Down is. But are they leaving in the books? Are they leaving from Perrin Dyson? Is that where the... Is that where they're at? I can't remember. So, if anyone want to look that up, you could. Why not? You still have 20 minutes to do so. Do you think they will show Insane? Oh, that's a good question. Will we get...
Oh, yeah, so the first age ended when fire rained from the heavens.
What's the quote you're reading from?
That's Robert Jordan. I found it on the wiki. So they extracted this from... It says from
I like
the
Omar's,
13th Observatory.
who's, Perrin
the 13th Observatory.
Who's Perrin Dyson? That's good.
Yeah.
Will we see? Will
Yeah,
we see? Basically, male channelers who have been. What do you want to say? Like just insane male channelers.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I remember, like fire raining from the heavens is like what that looks like.
Sure. No, I get
It's not that, but like that's
oh yeah, there you
made
go.
me think of that.
Winter's lady said yes. The citizens quote: "The citizens have fled Paradise."
Ah, nice,
nicely
nice.
done. Everyone,
What if this is the prologue? The cold open.
What if this is the cold open?
The cold open is a prologue.
The prologue.
Oh, I mean, I would be again. Anytime they want to do that that cold open. You're talking about
The Winter
Eye of the
Dragon
World?
prologue.
The Winter Dragon prologue. Yeah. I would totally be game for that. 100%.
The one thing
The Badlands. Yeah, exactly.
Badlands.
Taylor has so much fun saying.
Which is Taylor? Which Taylor?
Tank top. Like there's a part in the Winter's Dragon like it always like.
Oh yeah. I'm trying to think of what that is. By the way,
that could be fun.
Do you want to watch we could go back and watch what Natasha O'Keefe talked about her part in the interview.
Oh, that'll be good.
That might be like listening to her describe that.
Oh yeah,
where she's, what that's going to be like. I love Rafe's. This is only it's 4 minutes, so yeah. If you haven't seen this, enjoy. There's. How could you not?
And you're like Lanfear.
Hi, Matt. How's it going?
Oh.
Good. And hi, Natasha. It's so nice to meet you. My name is Matt Hatch. I run a live call and talk show all about the Wheel of Time, obviously. And I've been a fan of the books, and more importantly, a huge fan of Lanfear for over 3 decades. And I just had to start this off by saying
pressure,
you did
then.
something.
Uh-oh.
Well, you did something that I have not been able to do, which is make readers and viewers into fans of Lanfear. So I was preaching to an empty stadium, and now there's a world full of Lanfear fans. So
Stanfears, if you will.
Stanfears.
I just came up with that. Maybe they call it that.
It's a new thing.
Oh, that's amazing. I never knew this. Oh, lovely.
there's
Thank you.
So many new fans.
Thank
I
you
just,
for being
after the
my
season was
advocate.
over, yeah, everyone's like, Matt, I totally understand now what you've been telling us for the last many years.
Oh, wow. What a lovely thing to hear, the Lanfear love. That's amazing. Truly.
And Natasha, just specifically about Lanfear, you said that Lanfear is always playing characters within her own self, which made her intriguing to play.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of curious, do we see even more sides to Lanfear in season 3? And if so, how would you describe them?
Yep. She's stepping into some roles, particularly in her dream walking realm. She's taking that up a level. I think audiences and fans will hopefully be quite delighted at how evil she goes in that area. But also exploring the relationship with Rand, the power, the relationship, which is what can we do both? Is it that exploration?
And we're amongst friends, so you can say the M word.
Merrin?
Matt and Natasha,
Okay, so
friends.
You ready? We get to glimpse Lanfear before the collapse. It's Merrin. And yeah, I think it was a very exciting, a challenging scene actually to do. Can I say?
Yeah.
So it's in Old Tongue. It feels like I'm saying something very.
No,
big.
well, this is the only interview where we're getting this.
Okay. And yeah, it's. I think it's a beautiful thing to actually observe Lanfear in a space when she meant well. There was actually, I think you end up feeling empathy for her.
Yeah, you understand her in a different way when you see who she was before she swore her dark oaths. And I think that that's a really important piece of unlocking the season, and her character is this glimpse we get of who she was. And Natasha did such an amazing job with the Old Tongue, because I could watch the scene on set and I understood the scene completely without the reading the subtitles of what they were saying. I could just understand it from watching the Old Tongue, because the performance was so emotional and so clear that you didn't actually need to understand the words to understand what was going on. So I'm super excited for people to see it.
Yeah, I'm excited. They're asking me to wrap up here. So this will be quick for you, Rafe. In 2023, you told Vulture that you used a drag queen dial on set regarding Lanfear.
Yes.
What percent would you say season 3's drag queen dial is set at for most of season 3?
Oh, we go up and down the dial for Lanfear. Like season 3, we see her. I mean, sometimes she's at like 35. Yeah. She's low sometimes this season, but we do have a scene where it's dialed up to like up close to a 90 towards in episode 8. I think there's one scene where we get some big drag queen numbers on Lanfear.
Yeah.
Well, it was wonderful to meet you, Natasha. Rafe, good to see you, and hopefully we get a chance to speak again before the season ends.
Yeah, for sure.
Good luck today. Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Matt.
There it is. That was fun. And new guest, Jen. Welcome. By the way, we have to. There we go. Let me test this out, Jen. We're gonna try to see if I think I set this up for enough of us here. 1 second. I don't know if that's gonna work. Shoot.
Fine.
Let me see if this works this way. No. That didn't really improve it, did it?
No, you just see the corner of my G shirt.
Yeah, that's not as good than that.
My eyes are
keep it there for a second. Let me try to.
I can adjust it. Let me see. Before you, yeah, Jen, there we go. Jen's like, Brian's just like over that. I can let me do this instead of Innkeeper. Instead of doing that, let me try to fix it myself here. That one's not it. We're just gonna do some live troubleshooting here, everybody. While we go, let me see. I'm gonna. Why not do this?
If you fix this, I'd be like, I won't say anything. Whoa, wow. Are you actually? Whoa! Are you actually? Who are you? Is Taylor there? There's no way.
That hurts,
no way you're doing this.
That's offensive a little bit. But that's okay. I can appreciate that Taylor has a good name, for himself here.
You're troubleshooting. I'm gonna troubleshoot too and see if I can listen to two things at once with different headphones. So
okay, that's pretty good. Here we go. Sorry, everybody, just doing some live setup prep. Here we go.
Look at Shora. Looks like she's like ready to yell at me in particular.
Right. Let's see. It's pretty good. It's not like perfect, but Innkeeper, did you move?
Yes, I'm right here.
Okay, good.
Right.
Okay. I was like, dude, how am I gonna? I feel like is that. I mean, it's not like.
It's
let me
not
see. Brian, let me. Innkeepers is like a little bit wider there. Let's go. There we go. Okay. Sorry, everybody. Just doing some little technical adjustments before we start the show. That's pretty good. How are we feeling?
Oh, I'm gonna try to not give you any crap for a little while. I probably fail, but that's very impressive.
Okay, so yeah, There we go. That's pretty fun. So we'll switch back and forth like this, There we go. So, I don't know. I feel like I just accomplished
10
something.
minutes.
So yeah, the goal will be we'll do some live reacting to what's on screen. We'll mute it. We'll post some. We'll post this for like a minute or something, and then we'll like switch back to us chatting here. But there we go. Sorry you dealt with some live. I don't know if we lost you there doing some live troubleshooting. Jen, did you bring some snacks with you?
I think I lost my headphones for a second. They will come right back.
Okay, you'll be right back. That's good. If you want to video out there, you can until you're back. Your call. You let me know. Can you hear us or no?
Let's see.
Jen, we're talking
Jen,
to you.
can you hear us?
Can you hear me, Jen?
Jen, do you hear us? Okay, let me look at the poll. The last poll we have is 200 votes. Will we see insane male channelers? 85% of you are at the yes on that question. So, but yeah, I mean, it's possible. I don't know why I was like, it makes sense that we would. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of love for Shora. She was up on the screen there. Matt learning to channel. Thank you. I like that. Innkeeper should Mr. Potato Head this thing and make us Frankenstein faces. That would be funny. What did I miss here? Why not watch it in 13 minutes when it drops? Yes, we are going to be watching it in 9 minutes when it drops. So, again, I'm assuming all of you are kind of watching this on your own Prime Video, checking to see if it's already been released. We'll all be checking at the hour. The assumption is in 8 minutes it will be available. We'll be testing, we'll just be asking everybody in chat for a couple minutes to make sure everyone can see it. Maybe to let us know where you guys are at. Are you in the U.S.? Are you in another country? Tell us where you're at so we have a good idea and a good pulse on if it's available worldwide, and then we'll get started. So it is 69 minutes long. It's the second longest so far of the season, and assuming they don't have the long intro, it's a little bit longer than the third episode. Even then. So I've been rewatching episode 3 in the background. The Matt versus Gawain and Galad fight scene just started. I think my time is going to be close. That's awesome.
Pretty close.
That is a good way to end. Just about midnight U.S. West Coast, San Francisco Bay Area, Toronto, BC, Canada, little Dallas, little Laguna Beach, Oklahoma, Montana. Ooh, a little hello from London. Nice. Nice.
Reasonable.
Florida, Colorado, Singapore. Nice. Welcome. Little Pennsylvania, Vermont, Alberta, Denver, Florida, Dubai. No way. Welcome. Wow. Aussie there. Nice. Sweden. So we have a good mix all across the world here, and we'll have a good idea of like where and what's working. Poland. Nice. Seattle, Japan. Awesome. Like welcome. Hope you're all going to have fun. Italy, Berlin. Nice. That's awesome. Good to see we, again, like a worldwide audience here, which is a lot of fun. East Coast, cause I'm crazy. That is crazy, man. Yeah. I'm impressed. You and
all over the world
here, right? Innkeeper's wife. My bad. Yes, exactly. The moon. Yeah. Wow. Impressive. Representing there. Canberra, Australia. Nice. Tehran, Riyadh. And Germany just woke up. That's fantastic. We have about 5 minutes left. There are about 300 of you kind of watching right now. Again, we have only one episode tonight. Last time we did this last week, there were 3 episodes to get through. One episode's going to fly by. I can't wait for this to go. I will try not to eat. I noticed when I was listening back to the last one, like you could hear me just like crunching on my food. I will, because it was so silent. So I will try not to make, maybe move my mic away as I'm chewing some food to stay awake.
Yeah, but I saw those snacks that you and Brian had at the beginning, and I got very jealous. So I got myself the loudest snack possible. I have popcorn.
Nice. Yes. Reminder, this is a great one, Dale. Reminder, we'll be watching without ads, okay? This is an important thing to explain to you. If you have ads, you're going to get behind us on the timing of this. we recommend, and in that maybe that 5 minutes, I know you might be worried about kind of getting spoilers, so maybe you don't want to do this, but a lot of people will basically try to fast forward to the end and watch all the ads they make you, and then rewind back. That's one way to get through it. A lot of people just buy the ads for this month because this is an annoying experience if you have to go and watch all the ads. Trust us when we say this. If you didn't go through this before, it sucks. Everybody ends up in chat like, oh, I got hit by another ad, and it's not worth it. It's going to ruin the experience. So there's some ways to try to get around it. Our timer will not be representative of ads. So where we're going to be at is basically at 0, and we're moving forward, and no ads are included. Catch up to us. Again, we're going to watch the episode, and then we're going to talk about it. So if you're behind in chat, you might want to look away because we'll be, some things might be a little bit spoiled. For my guests on the show, remember this, I'm going to press play and then start. They'll be really, really closely tied. And so whatever shows up on the screen, that's where we're going to be at. So you'll want to try to get as close as possible as I'm doing 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You're talking about the timer?
Yeah. I'm going to, as in when I say 1, start, if you're starting right at the same time, we'll be on time and you'll see where I'm at. I'll put it on the screen where we're at. So you'll be able to see how closely tied to that you are. So recaps. Yes. Do not skip the recaps. We watch the recap. So basically we get past the ads. We don't watch ads, but yes, we do watch the recaps. So don't skip anything else but ads if you want to stay in line. And again, we'll be showing where we're at in the screen often. So if you need to kind of adjust to where you're at, if you want to be dead on to what you're seeing that we are seeing. So Jessica said, went ad free just for the series. I get it. 100%.
Me too. I was like,
bring me a nice roasted duck. And totally right. Any other questions? We have 3 minutes to go. Rain, I'm there with you. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. What did Shadow Rising came out in 92? Is that right?
I'm literally using it as a stand. I can check it right here.
I think 92. He was writing pretty quick.
92.
92. So yeah, this is the kind of stuff it's been over 30 years. And I know
as you can see by my faded book. Sorry.
that is amazing. Okay. We are down to the last 3 minutes. Any other questions, concerns, comments, thoughts from my guests?
No, just
show it.
It's close. Yeah.
It's still showing unavailable to me.
2 more minutes.
Point.
Yeah.
Matt, what are we going to do if it doesn't become available for 47 more minutes?
We're going to
watch the Natasha clip over and over and over.
Over and over, yeah. 2 minutes is too long. Yes, I get it. Remember, no getting ahead of where we're at in chat. Don't be like, oh, this is an amazing part coming up. Oh, you just missed this. Stay with us where you're at and where the timer's at on the screen. And so maybe wait a moment if you are a little bit ahead before you make a comment. But follow the timer on your comments. We don't want to spoil the excitement that people are feeling getting up to that part. But that being said, we're going to be making comments about where we're at. So if you're too far behind, that could also spoil it. So trying to stay with us is the best case. So it is I thought to myself, should I go run do I have a second for a minute break? And it's no, it's 12:59. I don't have any time.
Right. Less than a minute,
everybody. So yeah, I mean, I'm assuming you're all here, kind of waiting. The video is currently unavailable.
Yep.
Let's see. I'm waiting for people are gonna be posting the chat it's ready. Again, don't rush ahead. Wait for us. If you do rush ahead, you want to not watch it here. That's your prerogative. Just don't jump into chat and ruin anything for people. But yeah, let me refresh this thing. And anybody see it yet?
Nope, not yet.
Oh wait, went away from it.
We're all just refreshing. Here we go.
Yep.
Still showing. It hasn't. The hour hasn't turned yet.
There it is.
You see
there
it?
There it is. We got it.
Okay. Okay. So everyone, open it up. Don't start it yet. Get to 0. And then tell us if you see it out there, everybody. So in the U.S., we have it. It's up for me. I see people. Okay, they got it. It's here in France. Okay, it's up in Florida.
East Coast. Australia has it.
Australia has it.
Just came up in LA.
It's ready. It's up for me. California's live. Okay, everybody, just hold on, just like a minute. We're just checking on and making sure that people see it. So, okay, everyone's Indigo's still waiting. Innkeeper's Wife, I don't have it. Keep refreshing. And by the way, there is like a little recap at the beginning, and that can help you catch up. You don't have to watch, like, if you need to fast forward to catch up to us. Not yet in Iowa. Keep refreshing. Not in the UK. Anybody else in the UK see it? Drake, you're just going to Prime Video to watch it. You'll be watching along with us, but on your own system. Good question. Ukraine has it. New York got it. Mountain Time. Anyone else in London, give me a thumbs up. Do you have it in London? Iowa just got it. Fantastic. Okay. It feels like we're not in India yet. Jay, let's give India just a moment. They got it in Phoenix. In the UK has it. Okay, fantastic. Okay. Got it I saw some of you did go through the ads and they have it. Got it in Australia. Okay. Like it seems like most of you have it. Let's do this. I'm gonna start the timer. Hold on yet. Don't start just yet. I'm gonna tell my audience, my friends here, ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, start. Okay, if you're wondering where we're at, everybody, that's where the screen shows. If you want to get an idea of, if you want to catch up, you want to be exactly where we're at. If you want to like pause and wait for us here, this is where we're at in the recap. Again, remember, don't mention in chat past this, and we're at 59 seconds. So here we go.
Okay.
There we go.
Yes.
Yeah.
Nice. Ooh, that was good.
Mm-hmm.
What?
No more fun and games.
Oh,
There you go. There you go. Oh, she looks so heartbroken.
That's
The look on her face.
ran in the background.
Oh, the cadence are coming off.
Oh. Okay, this is the first time I've cried all season.
The going back and forth between the faces.
Wow. That's great.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
There it is.
Mm.
Shido.
Savannah.
Mm. Ooh.
Whoa.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
That would be a no, Egwene. Man, I already love this.
Mm-hmm.
It's already an episode I don't want to end.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Look how many weapons Moray has.
Hmm.
No. That was good. That was good.
So good.
Make it happen.
Oh, I got goosebumps. I've got goosebumps.
Is this it?
That was the cold open?
That was
Yeah.
a cold
Okay.
open.
Is the episode
So
That
over?
was
we
dope.
kind of got it, right?
Yeah.
We kind of got it right. We kind of
Yeah.
got it right.
Oh, wow.
Present day, not past.
All right. Are you guys ready?
No.
Let's do it.
No.
Yes.
We're already in time.
No.
I'm freaking out inside. You can't tell, but
Oh, that scene.
Love it.
Love seeing her uncertain.
I just love seeing the scale of this place. Oh, yeah, there we go.
Yes.
The Sora.
I love the connection between their stories.
Yeah.
That's an interesting. That's.
Nice.
The blue and oh, what a cool shot.
There we go.
Damn. Oh. Killer.
I don't think I blinked that whole time.
Mm.
Oh, man.
It's amazing.
I love the way the dress is changing.
Yeah. Looks like Mad Max vibes right now. Like the metal looks like nylon.
The first
in the
spear.
headband.
Oh, the first spear. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The road to the spear.
Oh my gosh. Are we seeing like Jenna, the Jen here? Huh.
Mm.
That was so cool.
Mm. Oh.
Oh my god.
I just jumped because I was pretty sure someone was banging on my door.
Oh, love this.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, man.
Mm.
Nice.
Mm. Mm.
Wow.
Oh, there are the eyes.
Yeah, there it is.
The eyes.
There was 3, yeah.
Mm. Oh. Just put that in here. Take it with me.
Nobody's gonna miss this.
It's right here in my pocket.
Wow, look at the
There you go.
like behind them, the statues and the buildings.
Here we go.
What a cool shot.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a Gwen.
Mm.
Oh.
Mm.
Ooh.
Jeez.
Wow.
What?
So beautiful.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
Oh man, here we go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, here we go.
Oh wow.
Mm. 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 Mm-hmm. Oh. Mm. Mm.
That out. Look at the rat tail. Oh, this is going to be good.
Mm.
Well. Oh, wow. That was cool.
So cool. See the green eyes.
Mm.
Yeah.
I feel like she didn't have as much of heart into that one. Wow.
Mm.
That's a beautiful shot. No.
No.
Oh my gosh.
What?
Uh,
Who writes a 10-minute episode? What are you?
No. Wow.
What?
I
don't think I blinked the whole time. I need to get like my eye drops because.
My lord.
What? Oh my gosh.
Well, while you all kind of smashed to black, I'm shooketh, traumatized too. Wow.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
That tear down his face. The credits music. No, I need more.
I'll tell you what, Robert Jordan writes great TV. I mean, that script is banging.
Oh my gosh. How did they give Amazon to just give them so much more for that just one episode? It felt like a movie. Yeah. I mean, Jen, tell me what you're thinking right now.
It was perfection. I was just like, I had one moment where I was like, oh, I feel like they're not going to explain that. And then they explained it. Like they fixed it. Like they not fixed it, but they just like, it was, everything was covered. Everything was there. And that was just beautiful and paced beautifully. And this music at the end is killing me. Like, that was great. That was great.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. I mean, oh man, Yosha, Rosamund, Avienda, like the whole team that put that together. Just yeah. I mean, people are saying it's like, yeah, you're blown away. It felt like, I mean, Innkeeper. Do you feel like you just watched a movie?
What? I have to talk now.
His brain is still waking up.
No, I'm just like that was the best paced version of this I can imagine.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Like they managed to get everything in there, and it was like not too fast, right? Like it took forever, and it was it was gone too soon, right? Yeah. Like they spent time getting in there, then they spent time in there, and
this Art's comment. I've waited 30 years to see this. 100%.
100%.
That's how it feels, man. Yeah. I mean,
it does.
Decades waiting to see someone put that to screen, and they killed it. The question was, how would you rate season 3, episode 4? People are still voting. I'm gonna leave this one up. It's only been up for a minute. About 200 of you have voted. Seems like people are ending the episode and coming back.
You're not like. You're dead to me if you didn't vote it to 10.
I love. I mean,
I'm on IMDb right now.
Let's go back. Oh yeah, I mean, and this is a good moment while we're here, right? Like, what else you got to do this early or in your day? You've spent the time. Innkeeper, do you mind throwing up the link to IMDb, Rotten Tomatoes? Like, if you haven't taken a moment, and you felt like you loved that episode, take a moment and let the world know how you felt about that episode. I mean, just going back to the start, the flame in the void.
Oh, well, that's the thing. This, they are already masters of exposition. Like exposition is not easy to do, and they have continued to up that game, and this was even better than they've done before. They dropped in some things for us here, that, like explaining what was going to happen and getting into Ruidian. It was just they just gave us so much information in this in such an organic way. Yeah, the Flame in the Void. Oh,
I was worried that we were just going to get that, like, you see the Rand and Lan, and they're practicing, and that, like, we finally got like a Lan Rand moment that was reminiscent of, right, that kind of feeling at the beginning of the Great Hunt. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And it's just really, really well delivered. And again, like, I hope we continue to see again the Flame in the Void be developed now into the story in a bit more. Like you said, Jen, like they've done a good job of when to give the exposition. Like as book readers, we're like, will you just tell us? We want to hear all the words. Right. We want to hear you give us the information. Robert Jordan famously would, the way his style was in writing this, was to kind of like repeat that information, right? It's like the oral tradition of passing on information, like the storyteller aspect of it. And you always love it until you get to like book 10 and you're like, I know what this is. I don't want to hear it anymore. But like the way they're dropping these things in, where you're like, are they ever going to talk about this? And it was a really, really just like impactful scene, if that makes sense. Like they chose a moment to really dig into it. That, like, I want to go back and just watch the beginning. Like, I mean, I bet you 100% if I said to the audience, like right now, we either do a second live watch, or we talk about it. They would want to like, let's do a second live watch. Oh yes, I can turn the timer off now. Sorry. Clearly I was like, thank you. I was so invested in talking and thinking about the show.
I meant to look at the timer a while back and I forgot. And then when we hit the end and Brian, I think you yelled no, I was like, no.
Brian,
how are you feeling? Like,
really giddy. Like that was incredible. And I'll say that Yosha played every character brilliantly, like differently. And, as an actor, I have a background in acting, and it's very difficult to play different characters. Like if you think about like most popular actors out there, like even half this cast, like when they go on other movies and other shows, like they're kind of the same person. Like Shora is always Shora. But regardless of like the costume and the acting and like the script that she has, she's always kind of like Avasarala Christensen from The Expanse or whatever. But Rosha like really truly differentiated like each character physically, vocally, emotionally, like everything was so different. And like there was one like I think it was the second to last one with the grandfather and the kid that was, I believe, Adam I think it was his kid. That one his voice was totally different than all the other ones. So I was just really, really impressed with Yosha's acting this episode. Like I've always thought he's one of the better actors on the show, but also like this time he really this is like Emmy style. Yeah, this character you're showing on the screen. This is on par with Maddie's scene from season 2 with like
pour
the water.
Yeah.
Like this is that emotional, that good. Just really nailed every single performance in the flashback. So I'm just super excited. I need to watch this again. There's so much I missed. I don't think I blinked, but how can you process all of that in one go?
Like Wiley Todd said here, thank you for the tip. As someone who did not read the books, I'm super confused, but that was an incredible episode. Well, you have that same experience from the Wheel of Time. Like it is a book and a series you read over and over again. You dig in a little bit more deeper to like the meaning behind all these things. So makes a lot of sense, and good to know that it like hit from like just a really, really great episode, even though you're like, Honey D said the same thing. I'm not a book reader and I'm so lost. I must rewatch. Yeah, yes, exactly. Let's go again. Absolute Industry said, if I show this to a random person who has not seen season 1, 2, and 3, they will immediately get hooked. No context needed.
Wow.
Yeah, that did not feel like 60 minutes at all. I love Dawson's comment. Brian Gleeman, did we even start? Because the timer says 0. Did someone use Balefire?
I think we need to start now.
The Wise Ones casting is on point.
Absolutely. Bear and Mullane were incredible.
I forgot
and Savannah and Coolidin. That was an amazing little sequence.
Yes. That was this episode? Yes.
That's what I mean. I was in the same place. I was like, wait, did we see Avienda and Lan fighting at the beginning of this episode?
Yeah, right. That seems like 2 weeks ago, you know? It's crazy. It's crazy.
100%. Yeah, no, go ahead. What were you going to say?
I was gonna say a funny moment to me is as Lan and Avienda are fighting with the spears, and he's got his like power wrought sword that his dad had, and he's fighting with spears, and the spears are totally fine. And then Avienda hands the spears to Bear, and she just goes, and it like, I was like, wait a second, did they turn into like chopsticks? What happened? What happened here?
I did like how they that was a nice. I saw some kind of anxiety around like, is Lan losing this thing? And it's clearly both of them are kind of laughing, and this is like sparring, but not in the sense of like, you're using all your skill. Like I did this. I was in martial arts for 3 or 4 years, and there was this common like, your sensei, whatever, he's going like 50% speed, or whatever. Everyone's. It's clearly not for both of them. Everyone's going full out, so it felt more playful for me. Dangerous but playful.
Me too.
So
it did feel like a dance. It felt like I mean, the enjoyment of, and I felt like there was a little bit of shade to Rand of like, I just been practicing with Farmer Boy Yahoo over here. I can finally actually flex a little.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, right. Amber, welcome.
Good morning or good evening.
Good morning. Yeah, exactly. How are you feeling?
What a time to be alive. What a time to be alive.
What would you have? Is that your favorite episode of the Wheel of Time TV series up to this point, or just one of your top ones?
Absolutely. It's so much to take in, but it's such a like treat just seeing it all come to life, like permanent grin on my face.
Right?
Yeah.
I feel it. Like, oh man. Yeah, like people are saying I can't wait to watch again. Yeah, this is this is the story, right? This is the story and the beginnings of The Dragon Reborn. And so to like see it come to fruition like this on screen, and they were able to do it in like a single episode. And there were times where I was watching it and I was like, are they really going to stay here for this long? Like I kept on like having the anxiety of like, but how are you going to tell the story? Like, is it possible to have done it? I was glued to the TV on the last one with Mirren. I thought that was really, really well done too.
Surprise.
Even them kind of like showing kind of like giving us something in the books that you really like sense, but you don't see, but they gave us a visual for it. It was very, very cool. Master Detective said, have you talked about Mirren yet? There we go. Good timing. Like this was so good. And I don't even know what to say other than just like, let's watch it again. Right. Like Innkeeper, how are you feeling?
I'm just going back and like looking at like things to take out of the episode now, but like I was just looking at structure wise, it was about 23 minutes before the first vision, so there was like enough time for you to like get settled and for Rand to walk in. There was no like, all right, let's just do this, let's get in there. That's what I thought was going to happen. Like it was going to be like they needed that much time. So I was initially kind of in the same place. I was like, oh, this like is taking too long, but then everything, the pacing was right. Like it just felt good throughout all of that. They like Brian said, Robert Jordan is a good writer, right? Like it's
yeah, exactly right. Yeah. How would you rate season 3, episode 4? Over 300 of you voted on this so far. 80% basically are in the 10 no notes, and 18% in the 8 to 9. That is the most I've ever seen 8 and above on an episode at 90, basically 98% of the votes. Yeah, like that's. I'm gonna end that one for now. I mean, I don't think I was gonna change much. I'm gonna ask favorite episode now. Is this your favorite episode of the TV series? For all of you, I'm gonna go around. Jen.
Yeah. Think about it. I mean,
I know. I mean, it's kind of hard to give that up. And there's been a lot of great episodes, and it's like, is this?
I mean, there's no Nynaeve in it, so it's the only hesitation is I'm like, oh wait, never mind. She's in the future Forsaken.
Oh, she is in that. Yeah.
Okay. So then yes, the answer is yes. The answer is yes.
Monk the Bard said tears most of the episode, incredible.
Yep.
Lars said, I think I am still a bit in shock because I wasn't expecting that. Wild Radiant said Moraine was being tortured for 7 days straight. Walking the Way said, so happy we got here, 100%. Nikolai said, my one note is having the Sangreal being just being in Chor was a little silly. Other than that, fantastic. What'd you think, Innkeeper? What'd you think about the way they kind of wove that basically that Sangreal into the story?
I mean, it's like perfect, right? If your precedence is a very important, like, power of the object is under a throne, then the most powerful Sangreal is hidden behind the seat of the throne and is then in the Chora tree. Like it tracks. I like it. They wanted to make a choice. And I think it's representative of the fact that the Chora trees are so, like, a symbol of peace. Yep. And the Aes Sedai were all about, the servants of all. They're like peaceful. It's from the Age of Legends, and it was given to the people in that manner, and they hid it in the best place. So, like, I think it may look silly or feel silly, but within the context of the story, it works so well. Like, so yeah, I'm all for it.
I love how the Choden ball grows into the tree.
Yeah,
but it's also cool they set up a lot with it because they gave us this. We're going to hear more, I think, soon about Saidar and Saidin and the like wrestling versus the surrendering and the peace versus the turmoil, and so like they set this up as well, and of it being created for a woman and the counterpoint to a sword, a literal weapon, like a soft ball, like it's round, it's soft, it doesn't have any hard edges. I mean, yeah, you could clock somebody in the head with it, but it's not a weapon, versus the male Sangreal being a literal sword. So I think they're just like, it's great. And this was that moment when I was like, they haven't explained what's in the wagons, like, and I was like, are they going to not say we're dragging these, we were tasked with dragging all these Terangrial, and then we didn't see the Terangrial, and then in the next one we saw this, and I was like, oh, it's not a bunch of Terangrial, it's one Sangreal. Like, this is the thing, the Chora trees and this one, and that's cool. And it was also simpler and like just made a lot more sense. It's great.
People are bringing up Latra. Brian, like, did that, like, that moment when you saw, like, obviously Aes Sedai there, which of course, right, to do what was done in the city, you would have to have people that can channel. Did you like that they kind of kept Latra as part of that, moment?
That was the oldest woman I've ever seen in my entire life. But yes, it was incredible. It was like, it was really neat. I think show only watchers would be a little bit baffled. There's some people in chat that are like, I'm not really sure what just happened there, what the timelines are. But this is like, if that's Latra and the first / last vision was also Latra, she's really, really, really freaking old, like hundreds and hundreds of years old. And so including her there, like, not only is cool TV and very dramatic, but it's also world building, right? It's doing this whole thing that's like, by the way, Aes Sedai are really long lived. And they talked about it in previous episodes. They talked about it in season 2. But it's also like it's a theme that's coming up again and again. And it really highlights how connected this entire timeline is, not just with Rand, but with everybody. Right?
Yeah.
And there's that sequence. I'm going to go off the Latro topic for a second, but there's that sequence, one like the third vision with the Gen Aiel, Lewin and his buddies that go off to rescue his sister is very Rand, Matt Perrin vibes, right?
Yeah,
like
yeah.
This is it's reinforcing this like generations are passing, ages coming past, legends free the myth, blah blah blah, souls are reborn, whatever, and Latra is there for like 800 years, and like that's a cool like mechanism to tie this entire like if you put all that in perspective, it's really neat. I'm geeking out about this. I don't know if you can tell. I'm like really having a good time thinking about this. So
I think in the books, the oldest Aes Sedai who met with the Aiel were around 700, I think. 800 top 4 power like Rand and Lanfear. Yeah, go ahead.
I sent you a few like screenshots. They're like there's like I thought were funny. One is of the Tinker Rat. I don't know. We need a name for them. Like what's this Rand, Matt, and Perrin? Are they the hobbits? The hobbits version?
Somebody said dollar store.
No.
Wow, that's
the wish.com.
Like just look at that.
I love this. This moment is it's like joyful in a way. Like everything up to this moment did not.
They're so high right now, right? This is that's the 2 Rivers Quebec they're smoking, right?
And then in contrast, that last one I just sent you. You should put that up. I kind of like put those two like faces together. Right. Like it's the same like it's the same Rand or it's the same person. But then like it starts with that and this is how it ends, right?
Yeah, and it ends like this, right?
Yeah. Like that was probably the most kind of moving moment of the episode. I mean, there's so many, but like that one, what like really got me.
Amber, settled in this moment, this part of the story, and I think I connected. I think it was like they were there for like 7 minutes. Like it was a significant part of the story.
Yeah.
Like, did you like that? This is, I mean, it obviously is one of the most pivotal moments in like telling this story. Were you fully engaged in this moment? Did you like that they kind of settled in and gave us that full kind of arc?
Yeah, absolutely. Because within all of these visions, there's a lot of kind of this like esoteric, mysterious feeling about it, where it's like, well, what's going to happen next? What does this all mean? But this one that we're talking about right now has the most heart, I think, of all of the visions. It's the most emotionally impactful.
Yeah.
We're seeing that with, cover your face, son, and I'm sobbing, like I'm just trying to hold it all in. So you get that really big emotional aspect of it. You're settling into it. The ending is this great big reveal on top of it. So you've got the emotional aspect, and then you have this oh my God moment where like he's using his veil to cover the face, and it's all, all of these, not so much Easter eggs, but things that the current day Aiel have like brought to the future with them because of this moment, and getting to see this happen and really settle into it. We don't have any big cuts back and forth. And the way that it ends is just, like it's the cherry on top, really, where, it's very sad, but it's also like this great revelation. And that's, if we're going chronologically in the episode, this is the first breaking of the oath, and we'll have another oath broken later. So it's very cool.
Yeah, if you're just joining us, we are, I think, with you here. Like that comment of being speechless. Love seeing. Oh, I mean, this moment, Jen. Right? I guess I wasn't ready for it. And then, like, as he's laying on the ground, to have the dragon symbol begin to kind of just form on his arm, like almost as though it was coming from the earth. And they talk about the dragon being one with the land, and I was just like, oh, damn, that's so good. Like. Just to have him touch the earth and have the dragons come up on his arms, I was like, that's a cool, that to me, that was like a really, really cool connection. Did that one kind of catch you? Were not ready for that to happen?
Oh, I was ready for the dirt too. Like when he was lying there, I was like, is it gonna, because we'd seen earlier when Maureen was touching the dirt and we saw the vibrations, and I was like, are we gonna see it vibrate to come up and like and go on his arms? Like, does he need to do one more thing to get the second one? Are we gonna see anything else? And then I loved that when he got to Avienda and helped her, like I wondered if he had even noticed them yet. And then like if he had noticed, but then for her to like, start with her place of scorn for him and then to look down at them, and they had so much more meaning, even more meaning for her now after having been through the rings.
Yeah. This is it's actually kind of, this to me is one of the more heartbreaking moments of this whole thing. Like they did a really great job of this dynamic of just because you have knowledge of something, and yes, he went through something traumatic, still doesn't mean he understands. Like, you know what I mean? He does, but there's still a long way to go, right? There's still a place to go. And by the way, we're staying in Fires of Heaven right now. We're going to give it a little bit longer for those that, that haven't read the books, and I don't want to go to the end of the story yet, but I think there's like conversations to be had about Avienda's reaction here and kind of dig into why like she reacted that way so strongly to him after her own experience, right?
Right.
And I think there's a lot to be said. And I don't want to kind of go too deep. Rantel Moore said, how am I supposed to sleep? Exactly. And then almost 300 of you voted on this one. Is this your favorite episode of the TV series? 83% of you said yes, it is. Does not shock me that the large majority here would call this their favorite. There are some great episodes in this story. I still love episode 2 of this season. Episode 6 of last season, just one of the best, performances I've ever seen. Like Brian, you said that really, really well, which is Yosha's performance here does remind me how I felt about Madeline's performance in episode 6 last season. I was just like blown away by just how much I was moved by it and how much I was like compelled to want to see something so difficult to watch again, just because of how just well that she brought that to life, that experience. So wild. Daisy said, Brian, okay, I need to rewatch backwards. Exactly.
So some of the show only watchers are a little confused about what happened because the timeline was going backwards in time.
Right.
And so in chat, we're trying to like maybe explain a little bit more about what exactly is happening here.
Yeah, that's a good. Who wants to? I
who
think
wants
we
to take a stab at that?
Yeah, I think we can. I think we can without spoiling. We don't have to go past Fires of Heaven, but I think there's some foundational things about the world. And I guess we can give like just a basic sketch, right? Like this is the third age where they're at. What they went back to was what is referred to this as the second age, and there was a breaking of the world that happened because of what you begin to see in that with Mirren, who you meet there, and because of what you see fall from the sky, and that they don't really explain that, right? So I get why like our people that don't know the books. All they're just like, yeah, we're looking for a way to, like, I think she does talk about, she thinks she's found a thinness in the pattern. And then you see that ball or whatever, that crystal or whatever you want to call it, that the Cherome in the books fall from the sky, and you see kind of a breaking. And basically what's happened is I don't think this is spoiling anything, right? I don't think so. The dark one is what they call it, right? Is outside of the pattern, and they've just kind of bored a hole through the pattern, and his influence enters the world, and basically the society that they had at that time begins to devolve, and that's where you get the Forsaken come into play with this, and then you have what happens with the male channelers at the time. They basically try to seal the Dark One back in his prison. They try to undo what's been done there, and in the process, they are basically their side of the One Power is tainted, and they destroy the world. And so, and that's is kind of confusing. Even explaining it, I'm like, okay, this will need a lot more. And so I can see why people would be like, exactly, yeah. The books would have a lot of who is it? It's like Lauren would probably have a really good like primer.
Yes.
I should find out if Lauren has a good kind of like second age to third age primer there. But basically, you're seeing him go back in time and see what caused this to happen and why the world broke, if you will, and why the Aes Sedai created the White Tower, and why the female Aes Sedai are, in this case, why they basically run the world and rule the world in the Third Age, and why male channelers are so like Logain, who we meet in the first season, are hunted down because they are afraid that male channelers will destroy the world again. So,
all right, I sent you I don't know how many stills by now, but the last two are probably the ones that you maybe want to show first, and maybe the last two that you this is on X. The first one is like the one that shows the wider, and then there's another like this is you can maybe show the one before that first. Yeah.
Okay, one before it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just to give context, in terms of what this is.
Yeah, so this is they've bored a hole into the pattern.
Like you could see like the world like torn, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the breaking of like the fabric of space time.
The
like,
bore. I mean, that's the
up.
bore,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
Yeah. This is the bore, and there is a presence on the outside that they call the Dark One. And
and if it zooms into it, so that second one that you were showing, that is
this one.
No,
just kidding.
Sorry. So that's as close as you get to the Dark One.
I mean, what they're showing almost here I think they're doing this on purpose. This has a little bit like taint looking.
Yeah, it looks like the male men channeling has that same.
Yeah, they're showing the kind of the same when Rand channels, you see that blackness that's around it, and that is what's affecting male channelers. So, yeah. It feels like Christmas. I like that.
Yeah.
The black streaks get described in the books, pretty sure. The Dark One touches the world, and we know. Lanfear smiled. Looks like tempered glass. Tarek said, just finished the episode. Another one a bit disappointed. The thing with Rand going to Rhuidean has little weight for how little time has been taken to establish the Aiel and their culture. I didn't feel that. I mean, we are like down to 8 episodes in an entire season, and so for them, I like that they did. I mean, Innkeeper, you brought this up. They gave us like 20 minutes up front as they got there, and they didn't kind of rush us down there, and so I thought they did a good building before they put us there. So I didn't feel. Again, having more time would be great. What were you gonna say?
Oh, I was just going to say I think that was one of my questions for also for non-book readers was that confusing to them in terms of the timeline, because we know he's going back through his ancestors, but it's not immediate direct ancestors. So it's not father to grandfather to great grandfather. It skips multiple generations.
Right.
And I think that maybe that's one of the things that could be confusing if you didn't know that, like, we're not just going back 10, 20, 30 years. We're going back 100 years and then jumping up, 80 years before that. And, it's hard to do that without like a Chiron that says 300 years ago,
Right, right. If you take them literally, each step is a step backward in time, and it's more than 7 steps to get across the glass columns. And so I think we should assume that he saw every ancestor, but we only see the important ones.
Yeah,
like if you want to take them literally,
The Dark One is entropy, so seeing the expansion of the universe into the cosmic web makes a lot of sense to see here. It's a cool way to put it.
Love that.
Their Light Blinded Fool brought up the fact that there is an inside episode 4, and so do you all want to watch? It's only 6 minutes, and it might be a helpful thing for people that. I mean, it'd be really interesting for us to see, and it might be Innkeeper. How do you feel about that?
Well, so if how about this? If someone seen it And can they tell us what the
that's
like how much do they show off the next episode and stuff like that?
Oh yeah.
Like I just want to be sure, like like that's
Has anyone seen this already? Yeah, exactly. Alana said, Brooke said, I got it, but I've watched lots of videos online about the Wheel of Time. Oh yes, we can slow down chat a little bit. You guys are all excited, and that's awesome. But to our mods, we'll slow this down just a little bit to.
There's a poll that I thought of, and I can't forget. I forgot now. It was to do what we were talking about. The dark one,
the board, the timeline.
Yeah. It's gone. But I feel like we haven't had a poll in a while. But
More about what people were confused about. But then that can't be.
Oh no, yeah, okay. Oh
yes.
The song. The song that you heard, is it the song? The song that we were singing, was that the song?
Sure.
It has to be. It has to be.
I mean, like, hey, I mean, like, right? Like, the books never really tell us that, right? We never hear it. So,
by the way, I saw this question. Can someone explain the crystal sphere? Yeah. So I'll just read you kind of what's written in the wiki. The spherical building soared high above the university. It's above a university, or supposed to be.
I think we talked about the
Sangreal.
Yeah.
The globe. No, the
Sarkhanen.
The Sarkhanen.
Oh, was he? Oh, the crystal sphere.
I mean, Jeffrey, maybe you can tell us.
Yeah. You mean the sky or the one in the
small
one in the tree, or the sky one in the sky?
Small one in the
tree. Why didn't you explain both? Why didn't you do both? Do both.
So the one in the sky, basically it's just part of just advanced research. It's just a research facility that happens to be in this dome that is in the sky. In the books, it's above a university called the Colum Dome. And I can't remember if it says the power was not used in the construction of this great architectural accomplishment. Rather, it was used for the studies that led to the development of necessary technologies that kept it hovering above the city by utilizing the planet's magnetic and gravitational fields. It is said that the creators of the Sharom chose the impractical design because they could. That was the idea. Yes, that is, I don't know if that was the one, the crystal one, the Chodon ball. The Chodon ball is just it's what they call a Sa'angreal, which is just an object of power that basically is just like, I'm trying to think of like, what's the analogy? It's just like...
it amplifies the power.
Like super boosted.
It's like, it boosts your ability to channel. So let's say you're normally at 100. An Angreal might give you maybe 200. A Sangreal like this could give you 1,000. It could kind of like 10x your power capability. So a really, really powerful Sangreal can, give you godlike powers, depending on which one it is. So in this one, they're trying to make, this is like the most powerful, it sounds like, for women to use.
Mm-hmm.
And Kalendor, they're making that as like the most powerful one for men to use. And so that's what they're talking about. The Sarkhanen. It's not used this way in the books. There are Sangreal like this in the books, not specifically the way that they've described it in the show.
Mm-hmm.
So, so hopefully that helps some of you kind of wondering, getting an explanation of some of the things that are going on here. Honestly, just like any of us that read the books, it would probably, if this is your first time through, you'll probably have to go watch that episode again. You're going to notice a lot of things just about what they're trying to tell you. They're giving you a ton of information just about who the Aiel are, who the Tinkers or Tuatha, the traveling people are, what the root of all those are, like where, why is the Dragon Reborn important to this world, and like where did this all start? So those kind of things. Do we still think the ball is the Chodon call? I mean, it sounds like it. Would you say that, Amber?
Yeah.
Like it just feels
I would
like
think so.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's the most powerful, then it's the most powerful. There's not going to be another one popping up, I think, where it's like, fake out, this one's actually the most powerful. But yeah.
Yeah, Brimmy said, such a shame to lose all that knowledge and tech from the Age of Legends. Yeah. That's the whole kind of conceit of the Age of Legends. Yeah, Brian, go ahead.
Speaking of that, if you I think it was the second or third vision, with the one with Latra, the old Latra, the wise one that was with whatever his name was outside, and his own like outfit were like they weren't just like the leather and wool or whatever that the modern Aiel are using. They had like what she looked like she had like the nylon, like the climbing ropes, like the like
Yeah.
part of the
webbing.
nylon
Yeah.
with a lot of
Yeah.
metal in her outfit, which is almost like a Mad Max vibe, like a post-apocalyptic vibe.
Hmm.
And then the further back you go, like you kind of see little hints in people's outfits and the things that they're carrying around that are like much more modern than what we have in like the present day of the story because
Yeah.
they're that much closer to the Age of Legends.
The
It's really neat. It's really
progression
neat.
of the
Well,
wagons.
then you get this version of it,
And then you
right?
get that one, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I loved this.
So
This
good.
scene was one of my favorites. Speaking with Latra and the conversation that these two have, I think is great because Latra, in the one that they showed us in season 1, kind of came across like she knows all, and then you have this Aes Sedai talking to her like, "Hey, like, wait a second, like, what's happening? What about like, what
That's her
about all
keeper.
of the Oh, is that her keeper? Okay,
Look, if
yeah,
you think about it, like the vibe
yeah.
of it is very Liana,
Sure,
like Liana,
sure.
and yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah.
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 Yes, Brian, we need to watch this like 2 more times. Agreed.
I know. I know.
I'm still. Emin and Rake said I'm so glad we got this.
It's hard to choose which flashback was like my favorite because each one brought so much. But
Yeah.
I don't know. Can I ask something?
Yeah, go for it.
Yes.
Was anyone almost expecting to see Luz Theron in the final
I
flashback?
did. Yeah, I
Because
did.
Yes.
Yeah.
when I was watching, I was like, oh, okay, like Rat Tail Rand is going to be out in the field and he's going to be watching all of this happen. So I had my own expectations going into it. And then when it cuts to him actually inside the Sharome with Lanfear, it was a really nice surprise. And going back and thinking about it a little bit more, I think I really enjoy this interaction between Rand's ancestor and Lanfear, Mirren Sedai. And I think this was such a strong choice because if we would have had Lanfear and Luz Theron, the dynamic would have been totally different. And the way
Yeah.
that they've done it in the show is having her with him and not Luz strips away, um, like the Lanfear, like the love and obsession aspect of that, and you're getting to see her truly as she is. There's no,
Yep.
connection to like a lover there. It's just her in her element, this scientist where she's truly saying, I'm trying to help the world. And I don't think we could have gotten that same dynamic if it would have been her and Luz Theron. So I feel like this was a really great way to build up her character in an organic way where it was still fun because it wasn't what I expected. But I think going back and looking at it, it was a great call.
Yeah.
Do you think Lamphere was like, "Hey Rand, you look a lot like my farmer servant from 3,000 years ago. You guys look remarkably the same."
The stuff that
Except he
gets
had a
him.
rat tail and bad
If
hair.
Rand grows a
Familiar.
rat tail,
Um,
it's all over. She's
It's
gonna
all over.
remember for sure.
I loved seeing her in her sort of pre-evil days, and just seeing her really earnest and sweet, and
Yeah.
it's really lovely. But there was also a moment when she says, "I'm going to make this so that it's for everybody, not just there it is, not just Luz Theron and his Aes Sedai." Like
Mhm.
it's this little. He's off having his love of his life with Ilyena, and I'm going to do something even bigger and better than he is. And
Yeah.
and it's for everybody, but there's a little bit of that jealousy in there.
That's true.
really,
Yeah.
Yeah.
really
She's
sweet.
ready
Yeah,
to
it's
claim that third name.
And this is gonna be a little bit, if you haven't read the books, maybe this will be. I guess this isn't too hard to understand, but back in the Age of Legends, they used to have like I can't remember what they called them, like standing flows or whatever. It was like you didn't have to be able to channel the one power. Like you could you could still have it so you could use the one power to power something that absent your ability to channel. So I could see how she's like, her discussion of like, well, this is anyone can use it. You don't need a channeler to kind of create this. Anyone will be able to kind of like use this power, kind of amps that up, if you will. That question of like, well, yeah, they were all ruled by channeling, right? Everything we're told in the Age of Legends, right? They got rid of just like basic electricity because everything is the one power, right? Like everything was powered by the one power. And so for someone to say like, we wouldn't need, right? It's that kind of like, well, we don't need this thing that everyone is like, that these people control. We're going to have this new thing that no one controls and everyone can have access to it. So yeah.
And I loved his response of like, yeah, but I don't want to give up I don't want to give up the harvest. I want to feel the dirt, the soil under my feet. I want to feel the wheat in my hands. It was this really beautiful, like a different version of like, technology and industry today, but it was sweet. Yeah.
Like sheep herder shepherd, like, it was like, a good throwback from that perspective too. Matt, I sent you this one kind of like
Finn said, "Stop fueling Matt's obsession." Laugh out loud. She was power hungry. Period.
She was at this moment in this thing. She's actually not like a particularly evil person. She's doing what she thinks is the right. Like what happens is when the boar happens and like everybody's mad at her for doing it. That's what makes her like, at least so far in the show, that's what makes her like go nuts, right? Like that's why she turns to the shadow, not because
jerks.
I think canonically in the book she's not a dark friend or whatever before she goes into the boar, because she didn't even know the dark one's there. Like this is all normal researcher stuff. Now she might be like narcissistic, maybe that's happening, but like
episode 4 is fire. I popped in to say answer yes. I'm so happy right now. Knowing that I could watch this episode right now. Yeah, absolutely. Interesting. That looked like more modern world when the Terror and the Weave happened. Yep. 100%. It was much more modern. That's going back thousands of years. They didn't really like kind of lay out the time of it, I don't think. But they do say in episode 1, doesn't it say 3,000 years ago or something?
Mm-hmm.
So basically you imagine you're going back to that moment in season 1, episode 8, the cold open. For those of you that don't know the books, if you go back and watch season 1, episode 8, and you watch the beginning, the cold open for that ties into everything that you're seeing in this moment.
Did you see the show wings, by the way? Did you see the show wings?
No.
You didn't see? Oh, okay. Yeah.
By the way, beautiful. These are beautiful shots.
These are beautiful shots. Yeah.
You need to. It's 56 minutes. You need to play it. In the shirt. Yeah, it's like showings.
It's 56. Hold on.
Yeah, just play it around.
Okay.
56.
Okay.
And look around the Sharon.
Show wings or seagulls.
Just keep playing. Those two underneath the Sharon.
Yeah. You're right. The show wings are there. Show wings just like spaceships. There you go.
Yeah, they had to. Yeah, didn't they transport people up into?
That's how they had to get there. Was using aircraft to bring people up there.
Windows. Someone said Windows to the like. We got second age Windows.
Mirren is Oppenheimer. Remember, they were not sure that the nuclear blast would burn off the atmosphere, but they did it anyway.
Right.
Yeah, it's really going back to that, that mythological.
So in the books, caused all of this by herself? No. So in the books, Mirren is part of a team of researchers. She is part of the team. It's a team of researchers, not just her. But they've clearly kind of consolidated that down to be like it's Mirren for kind of simplifying the story. Just having her one of probably has it lessens the impact than if in this case there obviously there's a research team, right? Does she say we? I can't remember. Maybe she does. Maybe she alludes to there being a whole team. But it does sound like she's heading the team, if you will. But let me see if it does. Does she? I can't remember if she.
I think she says, I think we can punch through. and find what's on the other side. So that at least she's saying we there. I think we can punch through.
Such great shots. Yeah. That you've found, and then she says the thinnest part of the pattern. Okay. A place I think we can punch through and find out what's. So yeah, I mean, there's obviously maybe not just herself, but he's attributing it to her, which makes sense. I could now watch 20 hours of Wheel of Time, right? Do you guys think, Christopher Davis said, you guys don't think she was influenced by him because of her proximity to the thin point in the pattern? As in influenced by...
I think canonically in the books, that's not what happens. Could be wrong, now that I think about it.
The thinness of it...
I don't know, but like she was going after like a power, like for everyone. Yeah. No, I don't buy that. She was going after power. She like it was not by like for the yeah. Like I think this is a poll. Like it was Mirror and Evil. Like I think that's
okay. We'll ask that. Jeffrey said she was stupid though. Let's just drill a freaking hole in reality. Yes, there's an aspect to like why would they think it was smart to bore a hole in the pattern, and they turned out to be not smart.
They needed Jeff Goldblum there to say just because you can doesn't mean you should.
Daisy doesn't believe me, Matt.
Daisy doesn't believe me or you?
Yeah, you. Is someone else answer it, please? I don't believe the Lanfear advocate.
that's what Daisy said?
What if it's both?
That's pretty accurate. That's pretty accurate. I understand. Is the song that was in this episode the song? 72% of you. Yes, I mean, of course. Like, well, I mean, I don't know that that's the song, right? Because the song comes from like I can't think of the term, not the Green Man.
All I can think of is
the Nim.
The Nim. Yeah, the Nim. So I don't think it's necessarily the song, but you wanted me to ask, was Mirren evil?
Yeah.
Okay, was Mirren evil?
Mirren evil
I mean,
before
it just feels like it's obvious that like no.
What do you mean? Ask the people. It's not
the
obvious.
advocate says no. Everybody.
It's like Mirren was like evil, but she became evil. But
I mean, she had already lost Liz, so she had maybe a little bit of dark feelings in her heart. But I wouldn't call her evil.
I mean,
Mirren was always evil.
How many?
Come on.
You'd call like that would be like a third of the world is evil because their heart's been broken and they pine after somebody.
Right.
Edith Johnson said, since Laia Costa was credited for this episode, I wonder where Mogedion was.
Oh, she's in the. Isn't she in the same scene with Nynaeve?
Oh yeah, she's in the Nynaeve scene. Yeah.
I saw her credit too, and I was like, wait, I didn't see her, and then I was like,
yeah.
Yeah, Daisy said, I think she was ambitious. Of course, I mean, 100%.
Evil ambitious.
No, what Nynaeve scene?
There is a whole concept of the way that people, notoriety and like popularity and like prestige was gaining a third name, and you would do that by doing great acts of, like, I don't know, like.
Like a Nobel Peace Prize, like someone who's done something really good for humanity.
So this is definitely on that line of like trying to gain her third name.
Yeah,
I think you could theorize that, and that's pretty accurate to why she would have put this much time and was trying to do something like this. This would have gained her the Nobel Peace Prize, right? If it had worked.
I want to go back.
It worked.
30 seconds ago. What Nynaeve scene?
In Maureen's visions, when she's having the visions of all the possible ways that Lanfear
timeline.
The dark EF5.
The dark one. Oh, okay.
Yeah. I think Mogedion's in there too.
Gotcha.
Yeah, Mogedion is in there. Yeah. This one?
Yes. You know what? You know how?
Yeah, that one. Sorry, forgot about that whole sequence.
Yeah.
When Rafe said
that was
something
crazy
about...
too. That was like 5 minutes of.
I know it was too short though. It was too short.
Exactly. I'm with Amy. Women being ambitious is not evil. Exactly.
That's fair. But Rafe gave us that little drop the other day about like, well, I'm not really going to say how many Forsaken there are. Now I'm like, wait, are they all Forsaken in that scene? And is that what explains that there's more than 8 Forsaken because we've seen the EF5 as Forsaken? I mean, we don't know that there's more than 8. But
you're saying
I felt like
go ahead. Say that again. Yeah, no, go ahead. Say that again.
In Rafe said somewhere recently that said that he wouldn't confirm nor deny that
Yes,
there were only
That was
8.
her.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a, and so I'm like, well, if he isn't saying that there's only 8, he might be counting that we're also the EF5, the Emansfield 5 and Elaine are also Forsaken. So anyway, I'm just like allowing that to be.
I see what you're saying. He was making room for in show for others to have kind of like there to be more. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Lars said humans were influenced by releasing the Dark One. Your more base motivations were amplified. Yeah, the boring of the hole in the pattern created kind of the influence of the Dark One began to have more directly over humans, and because of that, wars began and eventually led to people swearing themselves to the Dark One, and then all of a sudden it became channelers against channelers, and the Forsaken, and basically just started destroying the world, and that's why they tried to seal away the Dark One again, and that's when the backlash, the tainting of the male side of the One Power occurred, and then you saw kind of the breaking of the world and how it's got to where it's at today. So Chris said, can there be a difference between evil and ambition, hunger for power? She was a Slytherin. Look, I think you just made like a wild jump from ambition and hunger for power. It has to be Slytherin. I feel like there's a
she's definitely a Ravenclaw.
All ambition is not evil or leads to evil. So War of the Shadow exactly came before the breaking of the world. I'm going to fall asleep to the Sharom exploding on a loop. I'm going to go to the poll here that we asked. 165 of you voted on this. Was Mirren evil in the last 4 minutes? Exactly. 78% of you said no. Thank you. Not just Lanfear's advocate, but 78% of you did not believe that. Lanfear is clearly a Hufflepuff.
This is like so funny where you're like yes, Mirren is not evil, but like she like kind of destroyed the world, but that's okay. Like she's not evil.
Matt is a Voldemort fan now too. I mean, when you put it that way, it kind of makes it a little bit weirder. But...
Yeah, it's
she what do you mean she's not evil?
Amber, go ahead. What were you saying?
Well, it's kind of like this parable, like curiosity killed the cat, or if you want to go like more biblical, like the like Eve eating the apple, like after this one event that of course had to be done by a woman, everything is ruined, and now everything's a mess because of this one moment.
They took out Beethoven and the whole research team.
Beethoven was evil too. Like I'm not like
they
this
just
is
put
not,
it on Lanfear.
This is the whole research. The whole research team, right?
But it's just it's like we can't know for sure her motivations. But to me, what feels most logical, it was a little combination of everything. Yeah, she wanted that step up after being spurned by Luce there, and she wants that third name, maybe a little bit of notoriety, but I do also believe, like, as a scientist, she was legitimately curious about how this could work and if it could happen. And I do think there is an aspect to her that was fine with it, like being like this could help everyone. But also there's the question of like her being a woman. Women channelers are always going to be that step lower under the men. They might be able to do more things, but they're never going to be as powerful as male channelers. And so I think that might play a little aspect of it too, where it's like, okay, let's level the playing field. So Lanfear, first feminist of the Wheel of Time, possibly. The rest of my case.
I mean, like a woman in STEM, right? She's a woman in STEM.
I remember reading.
You gotta root for her.
In Robert Jordan's notes, and I know you're going to say I made this up, but it's fine. It's fine. I accept what I'm about to say. You're going to say I made up. But in the notes, when he was doing some initial concept, the idea of Lanfear being as strong, as powerful was there. And then I think that was when it was actually into the books, that's changed. But
I think you just made that up.
I don't know you were going to say that. Matt has literally brainwashed you all. Not me, Natasha.
I'm not even a giant Lanfear supporter. Like I am not she's not my Forsaken even, but I do think she's very complex and very interesting.
I mean, Lanfear being
intention-
evil or Miriam being evil does not change that I love her. Like that is like there's nothing to do with that.
Yeah, walk it
like,
back.
like it's totally fine. Like
Light Planet Fool said, "Thank you for the tip. Lanfear was Pandora if Pandora decided to lean into it."
Yeah.
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 Yep.
True.
Yeah, I opened that box. That was me.
Best episode yet. Going to rewatch again now before the kids wake up. Ashley, thank you very much for being here and being part of this. Let's see. Winter's Lady said, I'm so glad we got the biblical aspect of Wheel of Time. I was not expecting this. This is what sets Watt apart. 100%.
Totally.
And yes, Rafe will be on tonight. I can't believe it's tonight, 8 p.m.
Yeah.
So what I would say is this. I have not sat down and been like, these are all the questions I plan to ask Rafe. So if our mods would put a link to Discord, make sure if you're going to join our Discord, you follow all the rules. But there is I think we've been using the fan premiere questions channel. If you have a question, you're like, hey, Matt, it'd be awesome if you asked Rafe this after watching this episode. I'd love it if you did this. That would help me because in a couple of hours, I will be going to sleep and then I'll be going to work and then I'll be coming home and then we'll be doing interview with Rafe. So there's not like a ton of time to conceptualize all the questions. I'm going to have some in my head, but I would love to hear your questions and what you're thinking. Please don't just throw them in chat right here. It's not going to be as helpful. But if you go join Discord and then look for the fan premiere questions channel and just say, and ask the question there, that's where I'll go look for it. I won't have time to go look through this chat. So thank you, Master the Deck, for putting the link into the chat there. I haven't looked at Instagram in a while. I don't know if people have been asking any questions there, but Jean Michael said, I'm literally crying right now during the episode. I can't watch till tonight. Can't help curiosity having me check in. Seeing you guys looking on, eyes wide at the screen, it makes me so excited. This is what we all wanted. Yes, when you see it, you will, no doubt, love it. Those are the comments I'm seeing on Instagram. Again, if you want to jump over on YouTube, you can. And yes, like Master of the Deck said, remember to read the rules and click the green check mark in order to get in there. So thank you very much. Vashi said, only Lanfear questions will be accepted. Like, I'm not going to guarantee that any question will be accepted. I will say it's kind of smart to ask a Lanfear question. Oh, yes. The server is full book spoilers. Maybe mute the rest of the channels you don't want to hear. Just go in there. You can always leave your question and leave again if you don't want. But it is full book spoilers. Thank you very much for pointing that out. Okay, we've just been kind of scattered. Innkeeper, I don't know if you want to throw another poll up there. Questions, thoughts, like what haven't we talked about in that episode? I mean, there's so much that happened. And maybe let me go to you, Jen. Is there something where you're like, yeah, we actually haven't mentioned this thing that I kind of liked, I was curious about, I thought they did well, or I didn't really like as much. Is there anything that comes to mind?
Yeah, so I thought it was interesting that they chose to show us the Aviendha meeting her toe with Bane and Chiat from season 2 as part of the previous Leon, and they are supposed to be a culture who are foreign to us. Like, we don't understand their culture, and I love that at the end of the episode, Rand was like, "I understand even more how much I don't understand it." Which was such a beautiful sentiment. So I loved the thing that I really loved seeing was we have not yet had any indication that Aviendha, in the show, that Aviendha is supposed to go to Rubidian, that she's supposed to give up her spears and become a wise one. And I was like, this is great. Who's going to win this fun tag when she and Lan were sparring? And then when Melaine came out and she was like, stop this foolishness, or maybe I'm calling Bear Amis. I refuse to call her Bear. It's Amis. When they came out and said, stop this, I was like, why are you stopping it? Like, Aiel like to spar. Why is this? Why? And I had no idea they were going to say it's time for you to go. And it was
Yeah.
so great. And it was also a really lovely moment from New Spring. I know we're not going too far ahead in books and things, but when they say, you're going to get called at the worst possible time to go through the arches for the second time and to get or to go into the testing for the shawl. And it was that moment of like, we'll come for you when we come for you. You have to just drop what you're doing and go. And Maureen's look on her face of like, I recognize that. That's the same thing that happened at the tower. It was just beautiful. It was really great. I loved that moment, and I thought there was so much in it. Yeah.
Yeah. There's like you're pointing out like, yeah, there's like so much going just into all of these things that we're seeing. Like my brain is like still stuck on just like his walk backwards, but there's so much around it. Amber, I'm seeing you kind of shake your head. Was there one for you that stuck out?
Oh, I mean, so many, but I think one of the things that I really, really enjoyed was this moment between Moraine and Rand under the Chora tree where she's saying, look, we used to have one of these in Kyrian. My uncle, the king, cut it down. War happened, and Rand
Yeah.
is having that realization, oh, our paths have been intertwined this, so long. And we get to see the butterfly effect in like full view where it's just, the pattern just pushing and making one thing happen after next for this prophecy to happen.
Yeah.
And it's such a strong, like on a meta level, like such a strong theme in the books, but I don't feel as though that we've ever had it verbalized to us, where it's like this, all of these events, one after the other, this is what led Rand to this place, and getting it between these two characters just felt really special because it's not really something in the books where people like sit down and talk about these things. So I thought that was just like a really beautiful touch and loved it.
Yeah, it's I just tried to show that up on the screen. It was one of those because in the books it's Matt, right? You have Matt and Rand kind of paired. Having them have a moment like that, I thought that was, like you said, just a really great way to fold that story together. And
Yeah.
so like Moraine going in and having that moment with Rand, and then Rand carrying her out. There's just and what they're doing with their relationship at the beginning of the season, even what you see in this episode, and how they're and Rand coming out, his eyes opened, like just how
Yeah.
he views the Aiel, and likely, right, like he's carrying her out, like how he's now viewing Moraine, and after that discussion they had at the tree and everything he's been through. So
Yeah.
I mean, he just saw, like, they had a discussion in the tree, and then he played, then he was Janduin, right?
Yeah.
And to have that moment kind of paired together was really, really cool. Brian, was there a kind of a standout moment we haven't talked about from you in that episode?
One of the things, I don't think we talked about this specifically, but there was like Avienda's reaction to being called was very emotional. Like the way that she was like shocked, and that transitioned into like grief and then determination, like all in the space of like 2 minutes.
You're talking when they broke her spears?
When they broke her spears, yeah,
Yeah.
when she got called. This moment here, like she first she's like she fighting land like a badass, and then they're like,
Yeah.
oh, we're calling you. And she's like, what? I'm having
Yeah.
fun with my buddy here. And then like, it's like when your mom's like, time to come inside. She
Yeah.
went through like all 7 stages of grief in like 2 minutes.
Yeah.
And it was crazy. That was such a good like little moment. The chat was exploding with like reactions to that in the moment. It was really, really neat. I really, really like that sequence.
Yeah.
And the other thing I would say is like we haven't really talked much about Savannah, and I think like the intro of Savannah and Couladin
Yeah.
was really smart. It was quick. It was impactful.
Yeah.
It shows the difference between Savannah and like Bear and Melaine, right? In terms of
Yeah.
composure, the way they dress, the way they act, the way they talk. And then Cooladin is like an angry Aiel. Like all the Aiel kind of seem like vaguely angry all the time, but like he was a particularly emotional person.
He's not a wise one.
She's not.
She's not,
but-
yeah.
Oh,
But
right. But in the
there's
books,
the
isn't she-
contrast between the women that are apparently leading each group
Right.
was
Right.
really, really interesting.
Right.
I want to take one moment. We actually went a little bit longer than I even thought about doing it. We're gonna move to full book spoilers now. For those of you that
Great.
don't want to hear like the entire, we could go to the end of the story and talk about things. I just want to give us some room to talk here. We're going to be back tonight. If you don't mind throwing the link in to tonight's episode, I might have it here actually. Let me see. I do. Here we go. This is for tonight. Join us back here. Rafe is going to be on with us at 8 p.m. Eastern, and he'll kick off the episode with us, and we'll do a we won't do full book spoilers immediately. We'll have another discussion of this again for a bit. Then we'll go full book spoilers, but we are going to go full book spoilers now. And so thank you for anyone that wants to step away and doesn't want things spoiled. Thank you for being here. But we will remove that. Brian, can you just remove that from chat?
I can do that.
And then this is full book. Anything you want to say about the books themselves, because now we're talking about Savannah, and I do want us to chat about this a little bit. It's something we brought up this morning in conversations. So what's your feeling, Amber? Do you think that Savannah do you think that we have a Forsaken in hiding here in Savannah?
In Savannah?
Yeah.
Ooh.
You think they're going to kind of like, someone basically...
Okay, I see what you're saying. I don't know. I think if I had a preference, I would prefer her to be, just like Savannah.
Right.
This kind of over the top, very like just even in the costuming, when we get later in the books, like the Malden plot, where they've been looting everything, and she's got like the jewels, the gems. She's very ostentatious. Seeing her like in her like finery and everything, the nicest of the fifth that she could possibly have, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But I just think her as a character being who she is for her own motivations is
Yeah.
a really like great way to have it. But also I'm not opposed to a twist and a shocking moment. So either way, if there was a reveal, I would definitely eat it up.
Yeah, no, and it's a good point. Amy's like, what impact would it have if she was a Forsaken? And this might just be my tendency to be like, okay, where are they hiding? Where are they hiding the
Yeah.
Forsaken that they're going to come and have reveals? They don't have as many. I'll be surprised if they're able to like get to as many places where the Forsaken might be set up in the books.
Mm-hmm.
And so kind of bringing the Forsaken closer to them and kind of connecting to these spaces where they are. But it comes down to manipulation. It comes down to, being in the right spot to, maybe try to take out Rand. And so they tend to kind of, they tend to surround him in similar ways in the books, in my opinion. So yeah, it is one of those, I think, just came up from a theory standpoint. It's like, are they going to go there now that they're all released? Did one?
Yeah.
Do you want to
yeah,
put
go
up Dana Lou's comment?
Yeah.
Yeah, like the hat one.
The Savannah hat was my one complaint.
And
I
that's
was
the
distracted
theory,
by
right?
it.
Because the
Yeah.
hat is, if you look at the Forsaken statues, at least I thought on initial look it maybe looked like that. It's
Oh.
Yeah,
that's
like,
why that look just seemed like one of the Forsaken statues. Her look.
Yep.
But what we've already just established though that Gabriel is playing the game of I've only been out for a month, but everybody thinks they've known me for a long time. And the
Yes.
first thing they say when they get there is, "Where's your husband?" My first one died. I married his son, And then if he
Yes.
didn't make it out, I'm going to go for Glenn.
Yeah.
Like, so, like they know her and she's been around. So for her to be a Forsaken who has, I mean, could potentially be just, disguised as her, that's a possibility. But I kind of feel like because we just did that with Gabriel, it might.
Yeah, don't do it again.
Yeah. I mean, I was all on the Grendel train 2 days ago, but now I'm not.
Am I wrong in believing? My memory is that Savannah did not have a problem pushing outside or.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's the
against
point,
like the traditional cost, whatever.
Yeah.
Like Savannah actually like wearing something over the top or completely like.
Correct. Yeah.
Like
she's the one who.
To
she's the one. The rest of the Aiel are all about like being humble, or some form of humble, but like being traditional. You wear the traditional clothing, and she's like, I want jewelry. I want like flashy clothes, and all the other. Everybody's like, that's really tacky, and she's like, I don't care, I'm rich. That's like her. That's her vibe.
By the way, Jericho said still waiting for episode.
Even if it was distracting.
Still waiting for episode 4 in the Philippines. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry that you aren't seeing. You haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, they had a global. It's like Vash. She's like the Anail comment. Like Savannah is like the most Anail.
Yeah. Right. We need non-dark friend. Yes, that's true. And I agree. It was more of kind of like a fun question here. So I did want to maybe come back to an Innkeeper. I haven't kind of gone to you and given you some space to speak. And I know you've been doing a lot of, like you gave us awesome, images like this one. There we go. Like this is such a great shot.
Is it though?
Yeah, she's so happy.
Not evil, not evil at all.
That's not evil.
I feel like I'm just saying that again and again because people don't like it. So at this point, like I don't believe it. I just like saying it.
Somebody has to be the devil's advocate here. I appreciate it.
It's right there, man. Matt's the devil's advocate.
By the way, Robert said, "Thank you very much." Said, "I love everyone on here and have had such a great time tonight this morning. I thank you all, and I'll see you later this evening for part 2 with Rave. I love Watt and wish you all some good rest and power naps between now and then." Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sleep well.
That was very nicely said. And yes, Brian, I'm not seeing any picture of Lanfear. This is such a great shot. It's pretty hilarious. Innkeeper, what's in your head? I have a topic about Avienda I want to get to, but I want to come to you first. Like, is there anything for you that you wanted to chat through?
It's the question I asked, and I think it's right. That's the one that's going. Will this experience bring Rand and Moraine closer than they have been? Like going before they went in, they were like Rand's like, you've never helped me. Like there was a clear kind of conflict there, and that at the end when they kind of look at each other, they've been through this experience. Now, are we going to see a change in both of their kind of approach to their relationship? And I hope that happens. It definitely like happens in the books for Moraine, and I think I'm looking forward to that.
Mm-hmm.
Can I build on that just a little bit?
Yeah.
So him waiting for her to finish in the arches meant so much. He didn't just walk out of there like, hey, I finished, I'm done, Kara Karn, woohoo. He stopped and sat under the Chora tree and waited for Moraine. And him having that moment, this is full spoilers, so
yeah, it's full book spoilers. Yeah, go ahead.
Him sitting under the Chora tree in this almost like meditative like stance was like sending me all the way to Dragon Mount and Veins of Gold. So
interesting.
It's like,
yeah.
We've got this whole thing going on, and I don't know, like him kind of being humbled by this experience and waiting for Moraine, being the one to carry her out. Just, I think Anas really hit the nail on the head there. It's good.
Yeah. And for those watching, I think they're still holding to this in the if you haven't read the books and you're still here in full book spoilers, I think they're holding to this. There's a time dilation effect. Outside, or they're experiencing time differently than they're experiencing it in Ruidian. So, like, imagine, like, they're all saying it's been 7 days. For those people inside, it has been less than 7 days. Mm-hmm. Now, they might change that. It might be it's not clear
Question
if they're
for Rafe.
maintaining that time dilation effect. Oh yeah, that's a good question. Thank you.
You're welcome.
One of the things I wanted to go back to was Avienda's reaction to Rand, and talk about that. Like, I loved what they did here, and I think the same energy is in the books, in their relationship after this point. Where's Avienda? I'm just trying to find that spot here. Here we go. So, he sees Avienda here, and like her reaction to his like, hey, I understand that I don't know, I understand enough basically to know that I don't know a lot about this. And she's like, you still basically don't know anything. And she has just seen all of her futures, right? All of her potential futures. And so she's clearly seen what happens to Rand, right? She clearly knows he becomes the Karakarn. She absolutely knows. And it's almost more bitter for her now because this whole idea of he will, basically, though save a remnant of a remnant, but basically I can't remember how she said it. It was like, right, he'll save us and destroy us, right? She's now knows that to be true, right? Like, that was like a thing that she heard growing up, but now it's like truth to her in a way that when she sees him, right, regardless if he becomes the Karakarn, it now is like real for her. And so I think that assuming they're holding to that aspect of the books, like that moment between them here was just, just
killer.
Yeah, really, really well done. Like, that's what it should have been, and that's why I loved it so much. Like, this is how Avienda should have reacted to him after such a moment that she had. So,
I feel like it's so layered too, because there's her sort of disdain for him staying is like, you did your job of here, now you have a duty to our people. Why are you waiting? Like, why aren't you? Don't you know yet? But she's also dealing with the trauma that she just went through, and she has to process that, which involves him. So
yeah,
there's that. But she's also like, I just had this really incredible experience as well, and need to, so whatever, just stay here, baby boy. Like, it's just great.
I completely agree with the statement by Finns. There was no heart in her calling him. The way she said Wetlander was different. Like, again, she was like, she was mad and she was traumatized.
It was like,
by
you
this
haven't
experience.
changed. Like, you've done all this, but you haven't changed.
Yeah.
You have the dragons, but you haven't changed.
Will this experience being Rand and Moraine closer than they have been? Over 200 of you voted on this. 85% believe so. Yes, I mean that seems like the natural course of that or the evolution of what they're kind of painting here from a picture standpoint. Like, fantastic episode. If you just joined us, we just finished episode 4, and we've been talking now for, I don't know, it's been like an hour and something.
And a half, yeah.
Hour and a half. We'll probably, honestly, we'll probably talk another hour or so, and then I'll probably let y'all go and get on. If you can, you might want to like rewatch the episode at that point. I don't know if you're all up. I will have to go to sleep so I then can get to some meetings in the morning. But we are in full spoiler mode. If you're just joining us, as the banner says, full book spoilers in chat and on screen. If our earlier portion was not full book spoilers, and so if you don't want anything spoiled and you're not all the way through the books, right now is not a great time to be here. But we'd love to see you back here tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern, where we will talk to Rafe about this episode. And if you didn't see this before, you can ask, or you can put a question on Discord that we might ask tonight in that interview with him. And by the way, there'll be 2 of us on the screen tonight, and so we will be looking at chat, and if we might be able to kind of pull a question. I don't know. We'll see how that works out. So Max said, music observation, the post-cold open credits musical cue was different. It might actually have been the normal one.
No way. We need to
backwards.
Listen. We need to listen.
Post-cold open credits musical cue. Hold on a second.
So the title screen.
Okay, so the title screen here. Okay.
Was that what Max? Can you clarify?
Yeah,
I think that's what he's. Yeah. That's cool.
Where's is it after? It's after she. Remind me where the cold open ends.
It's like 17. Oh, is it longer?
Yeah, maybe not. I'm not sure.
Oh wow, it's 18. Okay, I found it. Here we go.
Yeah.
And I think that's
well, this isn't. Yeah, now.
Oh, now
yeah,
it is?
play it now.
Okay.
Yeah, play now. Oh, that is so. What? What are they doing?
Okay. Oh, sorry. Let me go back and play.
Episode 3 had it.
Episode 2 would, right? Because episode 3 was.
Oh yeah. Episode 3 had the whole.
Yeah. Let me go find.
Max has always got this musical expert analysis. Man, that's cool.
I'm gonna sneeze here. Hold on a second. Excuse me. Okay. Here's
Oh yeah.
Okay. Oh, I don't know why I keep on throwing that on. Yeah, that it does sound different, and I mean, I would go with Max that it's backwards. That's a.
Oh yeah, maybe someone cut it out and play it backwards.
Yeah,
I could totally do
it
that.
is so backwards. Wow. That is.
Brian sounds satanic to me. I'm not sure if it's fully backwards or just the individual sounds in reverse order, but oh yeah, that's really cool.
It's like you know how they did it in Twin Peaks? Like you play it. Is it played backwards or is the music backwards? Can the music be backwards? Can you actually play the music backwards? I don't know how music works, but can you like like I don't know, like in the music notes, like if you like take those and just play them like in the opposite order versus so someone understands what I'm saying.
If you play it backwards, that's how we get the bore.
That's what happened.
It definitely has that warped sound of playing music backwards. Definitely backwards. People think, OMG, that's so great. Daniel said, I think it's nearly 4 a.m. Yes. Yeah, I mean, what's the poll do you want to ask?
Is it backwards?
Oh, is the, what do you call that? The
titles,
the title sequence,
title sequence music.
Yeah, music played backwards in episode 4.
Wait, is the wheel turning backwards? Is the snake turning in the opposite direction?
No.
Oh,
because there's a light. Maybe it's just the light that's on at the.
Let me see. Oh. It is, because it's turning counterclockwise.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Wait,
good call.
Play episode 2. Played episode 2.
Okay. Yeah, nice call there, Jen, to kind of watch the. Yeah, it's totally backwards. Here we go.
Wow.
Nice. Yeah.
I love that it's actually like clockwise normally and then counterclockwise because we're going backwards.
They should have timed this up with daylight savings being removed.
That was nice. That was a cool detail.
I like Brian's comment there.
Yeah, exactly. Brian's that one nice call there, Max, and nice point, Jen. That was awesome. YouTube page crashed for me. Something satanic is happening. Very, very cool. Yeah, I love these comments. Nice catch, everybody. Yeah, I'm guessing there'll be a lot more stuff like that in this episode. One of the things that still I just love is what they've done with the scale of this place. It's smart for them. I'm going to say this from a cost savings perspective. Really smart to not have them walk a mile into the... I mean, like, they went right from, like, walk right in, get to the tree, which is, like, what you had to do. And they were able to use, like, the fog to really not have to give too much definition to things. And so I think that's really smart. But at least they gave us scale.
Yeah, and your imagination fills in the blanks, too. Like, they're letting us do a lot of the work.
The scale's immense, which is what they, look at that statue right there. Just really, really well done. You feel how immense this place is. And you have to wonder why, like we all do. Like, why, and, why would they have created a place like this? But yeah, seeing stuff like this, it's great. Yeah, well done. And kind of bringing us this ethereal kind of space, and not, I mean, and again, them kind of walking in through here, just, and then going right to the tree, really, really smart. Yes, Pedro, yes, the animation of the symbol is backwards, for sure. Did we just lose, we lost Innkeeper?
I'm just stepping away. I'll be right back.
No, you're not allowed to step away. Shame there was no Ogier there. Yeah, I was bummed, like, we didn't get an Ogier or a Nim, like, in the fields.
We didn't get a Nim at the Eye of the World either, so...
Yeah, that's true.
Like, really,
I guess that's a good point. They've kind of avoided introducing, like, really, like, those characters, like the Drakkar, and things like that. If they can't use it in multiple spaces, doing it for a single scene seems like they've kind of avoided that at this point. So
also, if they're trying to convince, if we're trying to, sell this idea that it's going backwards in time is more modern than where it is currently, and even that is like our future, putting Ogier there, even though we know that they're there in the books, I think would have made that a harder sell for non-book readers and for people watching the show for the first time to be like, so this clearly isn't our world, like, I think. So I think it's an okay choice.
Yeah. Dewey, hopefully we're not ruining too much for you here. Show only watcher, thank you so much for this amazing discussion. Really appreciate it. Yeah, I'm sure we're using words or of things that they just haven't explained all the way. Amber, what were you going to say?
Oh, I was just wondering too, if we would have had the Nim, it might just be one more thing, one more plot point where we would have needed exposition for non-book readers to be like, okay, what's this? What's going on? And that might take away from, the human moment of it all, possibly. Because it was already kind of difficult to process, even for us book readers, so
and
much.
What would you, I'm trying to think of, there's a word they use to describe the Nim, and now I'm like forgetting. Constructs, yes. So yeah, the Nim were constructs, but if I remember correctly, they also had souls.
Yes.
Yeah.
So they're a funky kind of thing to try to explain to somebody. It's like, it's a construct with an actual soul, and like they did some crazy stuff in the Age of Legends, in the Second Age, and trying to explain some of those things. You're like, what is a Nim? How do I, just the confusion of getting people to this point. It was really interesting to see how many show watchers were like, that was an amazing episode. I have no idea what just happened. I was like, yeah, that makes sense.
I'm excited to watch it with my family tonight because my husband finished Shadow Rising last night. Yay.
Oh, nice.
Wow, nice.
I know he's like, I gotta get to it before we get there. And then my 15-year-old hasn't read them yet. But he loves the show. So I'll be curious to see if either of them have questions about what they're seeing. I mean, David won't because he just read it, but that's it. Yeah.
I think I see this comment. We can kind of quickly count them. Did anyone count 6 past lives for Rand? Rafe mentioned there were 7. I'm pretty sure there were 7. He was Janduin, and then he was is it
Mandine.
Mandine.
Mandine, and then
then
Lewin.
And then we see him. He's
And then
the Hobbit.
Jonah, Lewin, yeah.
Louis
And
Lewin.
then Jonai, like the grandfatherly
Yep.
tinker, and then Age of Legends, and then Rat Tail Rand.
Is that
6.
6?
That's 6.
Wait.
Forget what.
So they talked about seven like
Lives, yeah.
prosthetic. Did he mention lives? Interesting.
Maybe he means like, modern day Rand as well. Like,
Janduin.
I don't know.
Mandine. Lewin.
There's 6 flashbacks.
Yeah.
Huh. There are 7 Rands with 6
like
past
modern
lives
day,
and
present day
himself.
Rand.
If you count Rand himself.
Yeah.
That'll be a good thing to go back and listen to the interviews on that.
And I'm curious. We were talking about this a little before, but I'm curious about how clear it was that he was jumping generations, not just going straight generation by generation, and that we were going through such a long period of time. Because, like, that to me has always been one of my absolute favorite parts of the whole series, is just this idea that it's funny because a lot of people are like, yeah, I want to see how it all started and how the bore was drilled, and I'm like, oh, that's never been what the scene is for me. The scene is about the evolution of a people and the change of Aiel from where they started to where they came, and the heartbreak that comes with that, and Rand feeling the heartbreak even though he didn't grow up that way, which I just thought was beautiful. And I think I mentioned this before. I was very lucky to have one conversation with Robert Jordan at Comic-Con. I caught him after a talk, and he was signing something for me, and he told me that I told him this was my favorite sequence, and he was like, yeah, I really wanted to talk about like sort of what happened with, I think it was the Lakota Nation of the Native American also got like pushed west and went from a pacifist society to a warring society. And it's so beautiful to see it and to see them discover how they are the oath breakers that they hate.
Yeah.
It's so good. It's so good.
Ooh, thank you for that story, by the way.
Yeah. Is that in the interview database?
I have never found it in the interview database. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a really cool story. Yeah.
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 Now we're like, okay, can you write
it up.
Write it down?
I should actually write
that down. Yeah.
I really wish I had a phone recorder at the time.
I know. Those were always man, that's like the worst when you're just like, oh, I should have recorded that. By the way, there's like people were talking about how Yosha said he played 7 characters. We only see 6. Do you think we're going to get a flashback some later time of something else Rand saw and we just didn't?
No, I think we saw it.
You think that was it? Okay.
I think that was it. The quote I think was 7 characters, and Rand plus his 6 ancestors would be 7 characters.
Mm-hmm.
You could also argue that like some of the visions in Morain's spinning thing, he plays a couple of different, but it's always him.
Yeah,
it wouldn't be a different character; it would just be Rand in a different outfit.
Yeah.
So I think we've seen it. I don't think we'll see another version of him in the show at all.
Lucas said, "I just want more Land and Rand." Yeah, that was such a great sequence at the beginning. There were other versions in Morain's visions. Well, we haven't really talked about Morain's visions.
Yeah.
Amber, what did you think? We had seen a lot of this stuff happen in the trailers.
Mm-hmm.
What did you understand from what you saw as far as what Moraine was experiencing?
Yeah, the first aspect is, I would say, her connection to Rand. Like when we get that first cut to her in the rings, it's more about her and Rand, her releasing Land from the bond and then asking Rand, will you be my warder? And then, Land dying and Rand dying and her like kneeling and swearing oaths to him. And then on the second round through Moraine's visions, it's all about death. It's all her just one time after the next being killed by Lanfear. And so it's going back to that aspect of Moraine being, her and Rand's destiny and fate have always been tied together. But now, like with everything going on with Lanfear, it's almost saying the same thing. Like her and Lanfear have this somewhat like eternal cycle going on themselves, where it's like, at what point when their paths crossed, like what kicked that off, and now it's like unescapable. Like Lanfear is here, Lanfear is gunning for her. How do we fix this? Can she come out of it? It's so much. It's so much.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a really interesting point that like now she's, like you're saying, inextricably tied to Lanfear. Like this is just showing like just like over and over again, and it's interesting. Do you think her future visions they kind of changed because of what Rand was experiencing? In other words, like Rand was going through this at the same time. Do you think that her futures, you're right. Does that make sense? Like, they were happening at the same time. Like, were they affecting each other? And so did they change in complexion of what she was seeing because of things that were happening right in that moment? Or
I
was
think
it
absolutely?
Because
I don't think so.
In the Way of the Wheel, technically it wouldn't need that for that ter'angreal to, like, it would already have that capability. Like it would have already, if that makes sense, like it wouldn't. But I wonder if they were trying to tie that in the show as somehow, like as Rand moves forward in his path, her path, like you said, is now narrowing to this moment because of that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, because as it's the butterfly effect. Everything that he takes in, every moment that he experiences, every second of his life, if anything changes for him, it's also because of Moraine's connectedness to Rand that it's going to change things for her. And, maybe this is like too far, like into loony theory land, but she's in there for 7 days. Like she's in there for the maximum amount of time.
Yeah.
And maybe that has something to do with, all of these things that Rand is taking in. I don't know. I like it.
This is a random comment that I love from Chris. Rand and Moraine bed scene my eyes. Ah.
No.
I would say, like one of the things that Bear and Malin said was that she would see 1,000 lives, or 1,000 turnings, or 1,000 futures, or whatever that might be, and so I'm not totally convinced that they were interacting with each other, but like from a metaphysics standpoint, it's totally possible, like you described, Amber, like the butterfly effect, because Robert Jordan was a physicist and he would have thought of that. Like that's exactly what he would have thought of. And so it would not surprise me at all if Rafe and the team were like trying to tie that together as well. But I did like the progression that you see. Like you identified the first parts are like her trying to help Rand and like save herself too, and like all this stuff. And then by the end, it's like, nope, I'm gonna get murdered somehow.
And Lanfear was murdering her in a familiar way. I mean, she stabbed her and then slit her throat.
Stabbed her, yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
even
the scene with even the scene where that Chris was just screaming about was an attempt of Moraine to say, well, what if I sleep with Lanfear? Would that save Rand? Would that help things?
Right.
And it clearly didn't, right? Because she kept going.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's a neat. I really want to go back and like look at every single one of those flips and like.
I think I wrote them down.
Tease them apart.
But the amount of times that she kills her in the sand.
Mm-hmm.
It's like four in a row. Oh, like 5, 6. Like I'm like watching them like.
Well, it was almost the same. It was almost the same
right.
one,
they
like 4 times in a row.
Again. That's true. Yeah.
Yeah,
It seems a little different, but
I think she's like honing in on the future that she thinks is the best one. right?
Yeah.
The one that's going to get her to what she wants. I think that's what's happening.
Interesting. Yeah.
So like it's different, similar, the same, and then it ends, right?
Yeah.
That's gonna be fun to go back and try to kind of theorize about if the order and how they're doing it, they're trying to communicate something also to us, the viewers. I love Knuckles' comment here. They must have made so many copies of that blue dress.
Yeah, exactly.
I love how they included the Muradin part. He didn't see the boar ripped and ripped his eyes out, right? Like, yeah, that in the books, right, is such a moment. Rand stepping on the corpses as he went.
Yeah, that was a cool moment. I was like, ugh.
Like really, really like powerful moments. We need to slow down the flips and dissect them. Absolutely,
we absolutely need to do that.
Like,
not today.
Not some other time. I knew Moraine had visions of considering betting Rand. I just never tried to envision it. Yeah, it is funny that they did pull that in, right? Like, doesn't she say that? Like, I thought she said something to that effect.
She does say, yeah.
Can you imagine Lanfear's reaction if that happened?
Oh my gosh. My gosh.
By the way, obsolete industry, is it industry? Is that, they just make the, yes, obsolete industry brought up the fact the 7th version of Rand is the one he's in Goth.
But he's not like a different character. Like, I don't know.
I mean,
it's still Rand. He's just Dark Rand.
Yes, he's Dark Rand.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's still open. Basically, you want me to ask Rafe this question tonight? Like, we noticed there are 6 sequences.
I know the answer. I don't need to ask Rafe, but you can ask him. You can ask him if you don't believe me.
I'm gonna ask. I think that's one of the questions
Rude.
I'm gonna ask. Even Muradin broke me in our stars, Kate. Yeah, absolutely. Like, really, just well kind of put together, well acted by everyone in the sequence. I mean, again. Like, that felt like what I remember reading. I know that Janduin is not in the books like that.
Yeah.
And I know, like, there are differences from what I can recall from the text. But that just felt like the spirit of what happened and what Rand went through. Yeah. And it was really interesting to see the visualization of what Moraine went through, if that makes sense. Yeah. And how they continue to directly kind of set Lanfear and Moraine at odds in a way that the book doesn't do. And it's making this kind of thing much more compelling as we move towards or kind of through the season. So missed opportunity to foreshadow the stone. Mitch said, was there a missed opportunity to foreshadow the stone doorway? I'm assuming talking about the redstone doorway. I feel like they have been doing it.
Yeah.
Like,
it's
in
just not
previous
be
episodes, just not in Ruidian. Yeah. So I feel like they're already kind of foreshadowing it.
Yeah, if they would have showed it in the vision, I feel like it would be less of a surprise when it happens.
Yeah,
agreed.
I think that they're, like you mentioned earlier, Amber, I think you and Honest were talking about this, that as they come out of I love that moment, like when Rand takes her, but Rand takes her away from Rand and takes her out of his arms, but her hand actually reaches toward Rand, like she's trying to hang on to him. She's not ready to let go of him. It's so beautiful.
Goosebumps.
Because I was like, when they had the conversation right before they went in, and he said, "That's not enough. That's not enough." In the books, we're still in book 4, and she doesn't start to come around and like do what he wants and like, so that she gets close to him until midway through book 5. So, and I was like, oh, well, aren't we getting there too quickly if we're coming out of the rings this way, or we're coming out of Ruidian this way? And then I was like, oh no, we got to get there. Like, we have to get that story point of her being trusted. And I feel like they're going to come out of this in a different place. He already said, you haven't tried to help me, or whatever he said. And she's like, that's all I've been doing. So we've had that moment. So now I think coming next, we're going to start to get the like, okay, I'll listen to you. I hope.
Yeah, I mean, I love this playing up this aspect. And it happens in the books where Rand and Moraine are just like butting heads this entire time. And as driven as Moraine is, she cannot let go of her control. Like, for her, that just, it's just not an option. And because of that, I would argue that Moraine is the person who can get it done because she is so like tightly wound in that manner. But her connection to Rand here, it's just it's building up so much this aspect between them, and then him coming out is like this humbling moment to where like now I feel as though he can see a little bit more of Moraine's perspective, but still I do understand the hurt there because I think in Moraine's eyes, she sees it as helping the dragon reborn. And up until this point, I don't think Rand fully sees himself as the dragon reborn. He sees himself as Rand. And so I think he's saying, you haven't helped me, you haven't helped Rand. And she's saying, I have, but she's helping the dragon reborn, not Rand, the humble shepherd.
Yeah.
She cleverly used her oaths there to say, like, I will never stop you from fulfilling your destiny, which is very different from,
right.
I will help you. Yeah. I like that.
And going back to what Varen said in the first episode, when Varen calls her and says, you need to start seeing him as Rand, not just the dragon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did love how they used all these, you see stuff like this. I think they did a great job with, to help again start to explain some of the traditions, and how these traditions are kind of, tied to the past and how their past, how all they came to be where they're at now. So
the way the wagons progressed into looking like different things slowly throughout time was a really cool touch.
Yep. Like they were so futuristic at the time.
Yeah. The little steampunk wagons. So cool.
Right. Well, I mean, if you think about the horses were pulling those wagons, but eventually they had to build new wagons because those broke down in some form or fashion. They couldn't fix, right? Like you just think of like a modern wagon and you lose the ability to kind of over generations fix it. And all of a sudden you're just like, well, we just got to build a new one and keep on carrying on.
If there was an apocalypse, I wouldn't be able to fix a car.
No, 100%. Yeah. Me neither. I'm like paging back through some of these scenes. Like this is just
gutting.
Oh, it's so good. Man.
The way he says, you can't, no, don't touch a sword, but a spear can put food in the pot. And I was like, there it is.
Avienda just said too in the last episode. Yeah. I mean, there's just so many. They set things up so beautifully. They really do.
Mm-hmm.
They do.
I mean, even just the overall, I guess this is maybe more surface level, but just the overall cinematography of it all and the special effects and the sound effects when we get further back into time towards the breaking of the world, like seeing the fires in the sky, like these beams shooting up and these black clouds just kind of swirling. You really get that feeling of, okay, like this is urgent. We got to get this Sarkarnan out of here. This, we're on a time crunch. And I think we talked about it earlier while we were all sitting here, but this aspect of the Sarkarnan being more of this peaceful, tranquil object in comparison to the sword. And then she's handing it off to the Daishan Aiel, who are these people of peace. And so she makes them promise, swear that you will always follow the way of the leaf. And they're like, yes, we swear, and promise you will take this there. And then when we get to Jonai, the grandfatherly Aiel, they split. Half of their party is like, we're done. We're over this.
Yeah.
We don't want to do this journey anymore. And then we get the second, broken oath. And sorry, I felt like I went on forever there.
No, it's great. 100%. Yeah. No, we're all there. We're all chills and yes. Yeah. In Our Stars, Kate said the writing was the best of any episode in any season. Not just what came from the books, but the way they wove in their own connections. Agreed. Yeah. It's going to be interesting to go back and look at the books and see, as Rafe talked, the story they're telling and see how they've, made some changes. Because obviously, right, it wasn't Avienda and Lan in the books, but the way they did that and the way they tied that to Avienda going in was really good. Janduin and the way they tied that back to episode 1. The way they tied in like Layman and the tree
Yeah.
with Moraine, they piece those things together. That just that again will continue to pay dividends if they're allowed to kind of get more seasons, right?
Yeah, right.
And this is the kind of episode you hope that people would find and see something like this and just like really be interested in. Like this, just from reading the books for so long in my life, I would want like people to see this episode and be like, what is the Wheel of Time? And like, maybe I've misunderstood what it is. And like, this looks really, really interesting and compelling and would want to pick up the books. This is the kind of episode that I think drives you to consider the Wheel of Time as something other than a traditional fantasy. Sorry, no, like in my head, that's like the end credits of like the Dusty Wheel, and sorry, I don't say traditional fantasy. I just hear that all the time.
There are sci-fi elements.
There are sci-fi elements. Yes. Sorry, go ahead, Brian.
I was gonna say this is the point of the series where it stops becoming traditional fantasy, right? Like this is the moment. This particular episode is the moment where you should be going, oh wait, this is not the Hobbits and the Lord of the Rings. This is not the Sword of Shannara. This is not Dragonlance. Like this is something crazy, cool, different, unique, pulling in all kinds of references, all kinds of mythology, all kinds of metaphysics that nobody else has ever really had up until that point had ever really tried to do. So this is I hope the show watchers are watching this and going, hang on, wait, this is something special. This is something that you're just not going to get anywhere else.
Yeah. So
it's still go ahead, Anna. Sorry.
No, I was just looking at the Latra, the young Latra flashback or scene. Where she takes the globe out of? It's like the kind of like the Armelin seat. If you look at it, it's the engravings on it are like a chora tree. It's like the tree, and the kind of area that it's hidden in. It's very much like what the of eventual chora tree grows out to be, and it's kept in there.
Yeah.
So if you like the symbolism of it, like it was hidden in there, it was given to the Aiel, and they kept it in the chora tree, and it eventually went into Avendosora in like a similar place. So they kept it safe. It's really cool.
That is really cool. Nice,
and they talk about it's really, if you look at the words, they talk about like they don't fight, they can't protect it. And she says, like the Aiel have shown courage through peace. And it's really like really good. Again,
the balance.
It's like so good.
But this is that moment that I was talking about that and we can watch this really quick because it's what her keeper might be. Maybe that's her keeper here, or like supposed to be in the image of the keeper,
right? Like that.
Latra's coming across, and like she did with Lews Therin, right? We talked about this. I didn't like it. Like I remember in season 1 being annoyed by Latra, and I was like, what she's saying is like her version of it. And so I love that this keeper says, like, our brothers lie dead at our feet by our own hand, and you speak of peace, right? Like, and so it's like, even the peacekeepers, the of Aes Sedai of like kind of like saying, well, no, we want peace, not violence. Talking about how like that is a luxury, right?
Yeah,
it's a bit of a luxury because those men are tearing apart the world, and somebody has to stop them. And if they hadn't, it would have destroyed the entire world, right? So, Prue said, "Is Lews Therin dead at this point?"
I have a question about that. Actually,
I mean, the strike has happened, right? This is post-strike.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean he's dead. He doesn't die at the strike.
Oh, you mean Krakenmount?
Can I ask my question? Because it's relevant to this. the fifth vision is the one we're talking about with Latra in the throne, and she gives the sangreal to the Gennaio. And then the sixth vision is the Sharam and the boar.
Yeah.
So did they do that out of order? Like,
no.
Isn't the strike after? Is the strike in the strike of Sheol after the boar is created?
Yes, the boar is the last one.
So the board is created, the war of power happens, then the strike happens, and then the breaking is happening when Latra does that. So I sent you
right.
a still, Matt, if you want to show that.
We're going backwards.
Yeah.
I'm with you now.
Yeah.
It's late.
I like
it's a little late.
Like this is like a split second view of like the skyline of Paradisen.
Oh, right.
So
I
good.
see.
Yeah. You don't see Dragon Mount, so
yeah. They didn't show that. Yeah. Okay. Never mind. Disregard.
But there is the shot when the carriages, when the wagon are pulling out, there's I thought, so I was surprised that she'd already said they're already going mad, because I thought in the background we were seeing Sheol Ghul and the men fighting there, or the item.
Okay.
Because we see a mountain, and then you see big red streaks around the mountain.
that's probably just like the breaking happening, like the men just channeling like crazy.
Yeah, there's like these individual, almost like lasers going like up and up as those wagons are cruising on out of there.
They're like
It
Independence
looks
Day.
so cool.
Independence Day.
Yeah, it's so cool.
Yeah.
I mean, you can see the individual like bursts of channeling back there.
Yeah.
That seems a very violent thing for an IO to do, to like smack a horse, you know?
A little too much, little too hard with that whip there.
Yeah, I was like, you seem a little too happy to do that.
Mr. Way of the Leaf.
Yeah.
Hey, they're on a mission. We gotta.
Yeah, look at that. He's so happy to smack that horse.
Madman channeling. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of like, everyone making. Yeah, exactly. I was gonna say that, like they're making their own version of Dragon Mount.
Yeah.
I mean, they're literally like continents were ripped apart, right? Like this was like you would expect that sort of that scale of devastation.
Yeah.
Mitch said, did one of them say the last male Aes Sedai is dead?
No, they said some of them are still
I think our
some of them are
brothers.
still out there, so like we can't have someone side with them. That's what Latra says, right? So someone has to be alive for like them to side with them.
Yeah, they're out there and they're going mad. And then I think she says, but besides them, there are some of us women that can't be trusted as well. So we better go.
By the way, they made basically the Stone of Tyr a fortress that persists from the Age of Legends, which is not the case.
I mean, they did. Didn't Rand say that Lews Therin?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Put Kalendor. Like they
right.
That's true. That's actually true.
That's kind of what they're doing.
Yeah, that's show canon.
The show canon.
That's gonna make the Stone of Tyr like that much more cooler in my
Yes,
opinion.
that's what they're really
3,000-year-old fortress.
Yeah.
And if we end up having the Sarkhanen at the end of this season, like it's already been introduced. We know Maureen just put it in her pocket, took it away, and I think that's going to create a really good reason for Lanfear to want to come after her, because Lanfear said she wants it so she can be redeemed. I think they're gonna, if Lanfear ends up with it at the end of the season, Rand has to go get Kalendor, because the only way to compete is to have it next season.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, the
book spoiler. So Lanfear lives. Okay.
The line from Mitch was talking about, I think, was from a later vision. Daniel
earlier vision.
An earlier vision. So, yeah.
Get your timelines right, man.
I think that it's this. I think it's from this one, maybe.
Yes, that's it. She said it right there, actually.
They've killed the last man who can channel.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's the spot, but not the previous one. Yeah, so good.
So that's the Tinkers and Genaiel.
Right.
That's the
kind of
split.
format.
Yeah.
And then you see the Genaiel and the modern day Aiel split.
Was the Stone of Tyr made during the breaking? Was that true?
Who knows their stone history?
Well, they
am
imply.
I wrong? Am I wrong? And I'm like,
in the Latra scene,
you're like, it's not show canon.
No, what I'm saying
Go
is
ahead,
like
Brian.
the breaking, like, I mean, most things did not, like,
Oldest surviving stronghold.
but was it okay? Been erected shortly after or during. It's after
The
or during.
breaking
I'd
of
have
the
to look up.
world?
Yeah, I would have to look at the. I would have expected it to be after, but maybe it says. I mean, in the wiki it says or during. I just have to go look. Maybe it's in the big white book.
Maybe that's why they made it.
Yeah, like as this fortress for the stone, like it was intentional. Or for the Kalendor, I mean.
So
Brian, you were going to say something?
5019, Latra explains Kalendor.
Oh, this might be the show canon on the wiki side. I was like, wait. What?
Already?
The companion says it was said to be the earliest fortress built after the time of madness.
After.
And by some to have been built during the time of madness, made with one power soon after the breaking of the world.
There you
Yeah,
go.
that lines up.
So I would imagine, again, after the breaking, the reason why after the breaking makes more sense is because of just the tumult of, like, the breaking, like, everything was destroyed, basically. And to have a building survive it would mean that it was, like, I mean, again, not impossible. It's just, it makes more sense. But again, it kind of gives them room to kind of play there. It says during or after, so.
And Latra says, like, I mean, we know that men are still out there channeling and they're mad, but the world has been broken already. So if it's being built or created at this point, because it's impenetrable.
Good call.
Gosh,
Latra explains this at 5019, by the way.
It's building up so
Kalendor is in a
much.
fortress.
Like just the groundwork being laid for Kalendor is really exciting. And I mean, I understand people being bummed out, like, oh, Stone of Tyr, we wanted it. But I think in a narrative aspect, getting all of this now, leading up to it, we know what the Stone of Tyr is, we know what's being guarded there. It really fits because then Rand can show up, he can get Kalendor, and we don't have to wait a minute, like, let's put Kalendor back in and go off to another thing.
Yeah.
Like this.
That's a really great point.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things that I think that Rafe and the team are really trying hard to do, which is to set things up really far in advance. Because that's what Robert Jordan did, right? Like, he would drop hints in book 1 and they pay off in book 7. You know, and same thing, like, all throughout the story. So for Rafe and the team to be doing this, you know, it's frustrating to say, well, they're supposed to go to Tyr, like they go to Tyr before they go, you know, but like narratively, it kind of doesn't matter. As long as we get there and they do get Kalendor, people are gonna go, wow, how did they set this up a whole season in advance with all the other stuff they had? Like, that's the stuff that makes people. To me, that's one of the things about Wheel of Time that makes it special, is like how much foreshadowing there is and how it pays off.
We have Belal there, right? I can, you know, and it's like, are they going to set a Forsaken there? This is why I was kind of wondering if Forsaken's going to go with the Shido, right? The Shido make for Tyr because one of the Forsaken is trying to get Couladin, right? Like the idea of like the Forsaken are trying to get Kalendor for, you know, maybe someone they're directing. That's why I liked the idea of like, okay, it would make sense to embed themselves, because if they kind of are using Tyr as Kyrian and everyone's rushing for Kalendor, and that's where there's a war, and then inside the Stone of Tyr, you can build back that portion of that's how Matt comes back. He has fireworks, right? Like he has the ability to kind of like blow a hole into the Stone of Tyr, and you have like a moment where maybe you know, Rand takes out one of the Forsaken that's there. You have the ability of Matt to like potentially be like in the battle itself, and that's where he kind of builds the renown of like, this person knows, again, that kind of like Kyrian sequence, you could totally turn it into the Stone of Tyr sequence. And now I want to, like, after seeing this, I want to see them get there.
Right.
Give us season 4 and the Stone of Tyr. I'm ready for it.
And this gives them a whole, fingers crossed, season 4 coming. This gives them that whole time to actually build the set and invest in it instead of cramming it in with all of the new ones that we've got this season. Then they can actually give like special attention to it. And I think that's much better.
But from a storytelling perspective, we can't spend too much time at Tyr. We got other stuff to do.
Well, that's true.
Yeah, but I think what would happen after Tyr is that you would have the next sequence would be probably Dumai's Wells, right?
Correct.
Because you would have Elida.
You can't spend like 6 episodes in Tyr.
But I mean, like,
I think they would take a whole season. I think Tyr would be the end.
Yeah, I think the Aes Sedai, instead of showing up in Karien with the box, they show up in Tyr with the box. Like, that's just like that. Just do that.
Yes,
right?
I think you could definitely go there. Yeah.
Elaine sent a letter to Tyr, and we don't know what that letter was about.
What if you ended the season with them boxing Rand?
This season?
I mean,
no. Like another season.
Season 4. No, that's not far enough ahead. We need. Yeah. There needs to be a whole. They need to do the Egwene thing, but with Rand in the box.
By the way, again, we're full book spoilers.
One full
everyone,
episode of him in the box,
and that has to be it.
And that has.
I mean, we have to get the Ashaman first as well.
You got to do the Ashaman. You got to do Tyr.
Yeah.
You got to do. There's you can't spend 4 or 5 episodes in Tyr in season.
No, but
4.
I mean, I think Ashaman would have to be season 5.
We've said that so many times. You can't spend so much time there, and they like spend so much time in different places. They make it work. I feel like they make it work, right?
Elaine sent 2 letters. Remember?
Yeah.
Man, it's a fun to see something like this and imagine them taking this another step further.
Building it out further.
Yeah.
So much fun.
I was like,
it also, if I can add one more thing, which is like, we were just talking about how much they set up for Kalendor, but like, it'll be interesting for the rest of the season to see how much they set up the box, Dumai's Wells, the Ashaman, like all these other things that have to happen in the next season, because to y'all's point, like the more we set these things up now, the easier it is to tell that story and maybe dwell a little bit longer in some of these areas, because you don't have to cover as much material, and all you need is just a couple of lines here and there to be like, oh, by the way, Kalendor is in the Stone of Tyr. By the way, Kalendor is a strong Sangreal. By the way, whatever. And these just one-off lines that just keep getting dropped over and over. And you can do that again for each of the things that we're talking about, so that when we do get not if we get season 4, we will be able to hit the ground running and people won't be too lost. It'd be cool. I'm interested to see what they do with the rest of the season.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited to see like what the word of mouth, like what the word on the street is about this episode. I'm really excited to see the ratings come in after this episode, especially like Rotten Tomatoes. Like shows get review bombed all the time, so it's not like so like something that you have to like take super seriously because it's like skewed, but I'm really excited to see what, general audience people thought of this episode, especially in the book reader community.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. Again, they've kept a trajectory this season, and Innkeeper showed this earlier, like yesterday, which was like all the episodes are in the 8s. Like if you look at the trajectory of the episodes over season 1, season 2, and season 3, they continue to get higher ratings, and like this whole season is, I mean, this one has to be the top episode this season and top rated episode. And so again, if you're watching this, I mean, there's 400 of you still watching us. And if you are, and you haven't had a chance to go or haven't rated episodes on IMDb, Rotten Tomatoes, again, those things, you're right, Amber, it's like, this stuff happens all the time, review bombing, etc. And how much do people really track those things? It's still a helpful thing to go out and tell people what you feel about an episode you just watched. So if you have a moment, and you really enjoyed what you saw today, go talk about it. Go rate that. Go leave a review and let people know what you're thinking. Definitely. I mean, it's hard to not say this is just my favorite episode of the series.
I don't even have to think about it. Like I know it. Like
yeah, seriously, right?
Great.
This is Chris. Thank you for staying up, man. Thanks for this absolute insanity, friend. See you tonight. For those of you that stayed up on the East Coast with us, amazing. And it's continued to be a blast this morning. Were there other things? We had an interview with Rosamund and Yosha, and I'm just waiting for it. I'll probably post that. I'm hoping to post that this week. The full thing. Well, I shouldn't say the full thing. We'll probably cut one thing from it that's still a spoiler. I just can't.
You were
bring
very
myself.
close.
I was so
2
close.
days ago.
We've been over this.
Yeah.
No. 2 days ago. No, I'm not kidding. 2 days ago. Matt was
there.
like, "Hey, you were there." You're like, "I'm going to do the whole thing," and I'll take the blame on this one. I was like, "Are you sure?" Like, there's one part of that which is, I think it's worth waiting for. You don't want to hear that.
But basically everything else. And so we'll post that. I was going to show the interview. I thought it was really well done, but it's still an edited version. So we'll post again 99% of that one. Probably early next week. It was a great chat with them. Dusty Moth said, just got home from work and watched the episode. What a freaking great episode. 100%. Yeah. 100%. Vashy said, damn it, Hannes.
No, I'm telling you, you don't want to. Like, it'd be worth waiting for it.
See, if both Innkeepers agree, then it's something. I know. Still a spoiler. Yeah. I know we want to hear it spoil everything. Sorry about that. This one.
Did you see Finn's?
Yes, I saw it. I'm gonna go back and probably watch this for a couple times before I go to bed. Like, it was so good to see these two actually have a conversation. Oh, Jen, I think you're muted still. It was so fantastic to see that. Something I've wanted to see early on. And the way they kind of split parties up, and we just didn't get this. So,
good stuff.
Roberto said, Innkeeper, did you already talk about the insane amount of boots in this episode? We have.
Oh, did you see Latra's boots? Latra's boots.
Really?
A young Latra's boots. I don't know if old Latra's, but young Latra's. Maybe old Latra has the same boots. I don't know.
I don't like Latra. She blamed everything on Mirren. I didn't really appreciate that.
Wait a second. Do you not blame everything on Mirren?
No, yeah, everything.
Not everything.
Like her boots.
Just wait. You'll see it. You'll see them.
Sorry. Like you're like, it's coming up. Is that when she steps up on?
Like when she steps back.
Nah, I mean.
Is she dressed in the same thing? 150 years later? Yeah, she's wearing the
similar. Yeah.
If Matt doesn't like these boots, he just doesn't like he hates Latra that much. That's what it's gonna be.
She knows the bleach weave.
Right.
Yeah.
I like you're like, is she in the same outfit? She is kind of like
no, it is.
Yeah, she's in the young Latra is wearing something that's almost like a cape.
Mm-hmm.
It's like more of a robe situation, and the old one has the same outfit, but it looks a little smaller.
The costuming this episode was such a treat, getting to see all of the different things. Like when we get to, is it Mundane, the second vision?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like these like metallic hoops in
exactly.
his wife's hair, and then like the close up on the spear, you can see all of the, I don't know if it's writing or if it's like, it looks like inscription on his spear.
Yeah.
And then also like the close up on all of these little shells decorating his outfit, which is like this, the signifier of like, oh, like there was a time where water was plentiful, and almost like carrying that with you as a part of, the burden of like moving into this harsh environment. Very cool.
Look at her headband. It's like the nylon weave for like rock climbing ropes.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
what it looks like to me. But yeah, is that spear significant? I think it's the first spear we've seen writing on.
I mean, we're definitely going to go back and like look and see if
like
that's anything.
Is that writing or just like...
Yeah, I mean,
it looks
I
there's
can't
some kind of
tell.
decorative than
inscription,
that.
some kind of
more
engraving.
decorative, yeah.
It
But
would
why
be
don't the
cool
modern Aiel do that? But we haven't
it
seen it yet.
Yeah.
It would be interesting if it was like a tree-like inscription going with that whole Avendasora theme. But I haven't.
Maybe he's a fake
checked too
warrior. He
close.
doesn't actually fight, so he's just got decorative spears.
It's a scepter.
Yeah, he's a poser. And this is where he becomes a man and becomes a real warrior when he comes out of Ruidian.
I love that what they've done here. They've kind of given us a little bit like this is Ruark and Bear, right? They've Shade of My Heart. They're really like they're setting up what we're seeing as like this tradition began here, and now they've held to this tradition, and that's the people we're meeting, are the people that are going through Ruidian, and the people who are willing to accept that. And this relationship is emblematic of that. What we're seeing now, with the Aiel, and then Rand's gonna break that.
Yeah, she's like one of the first wise ones. She says, I spoke with my sisters in the dream, and we're all supposed to meet here.
Yeah.
So, like the creation, we're seeing the creation of the glass columns, which is incredible. And then we're seeing the origin of the trial. Yeah, and the fog, and
And she says, you can't take your weapons in. But we have to leave your weapons, like the rules of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe this is the Chandere. I doubt this is the Chandere.
I was wondering about that too. But
how would they ever get it? Like we don't see.
Because it goes into Ruidian, and
he has to leave his weapons outside.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah,
he leaves it out, so it's like
yeah.
And then picks it up as it comes out.
Maybe it makes its ways to Tanchico or the tower.
That's what I was asking. Is it significant? Because it may be a Sasharandai, but I don't know if that's. I think that's just a spear, right? What's the difference between a spear and an Asharandai?
By the way,
I think it's just it's like a longer blade on the Ashandai. It's like almost a sword.
A piece of cloth, and you stick a dagger on the end, and you wrap it around, and then you stab people with it. I think that's the difference.
Mustache. Knuckles mustache said, "I bet it's old tongue for stabbity stab stab," which is good.
Perfect.
Oh, Biz C has a good question. Do you think they can't bring weapons or metal because of the fence?
Into Ruidian?
Yeah.
No.
I mean, we don't see that in the show, but in the books, could be cool. Could be interesting.
The Aes Sedai, no Ashandere. Yeah, that's just a spear. I don't think. It doesn't seem like they're tying the fins in any way to this, at least in Ruidian.
I mean, they are tying the fins to everyone, but I don't think this is it.
But we do know the Jedi were part of that creation of Ruidian, right? Weren't they?
Yes.
And at this point now, the last gen is gone. But I guess that maybe not carrying weapons in is also a throwback to the gen.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No violence and stuff.
Yep.
Yeah.
Place of peace. Correct.
Yeah.
Because that's when she presents the Sarkarnan as well. Yeah.
Oh, good point.
Do you think it's weird that like no wise ones have ever picked that thing up and been like, "Hey, I can be
lob it like a softball."
Yeah, there you
go. So if you go back and watch that sequence, like Moraine is feeling the one power, and she like kind of touches the ground, and then she like looks towards the tree as if there's flows coming from there. Like there's something, like she's feeling something, and then she's like, oh, that's where it is, and then she channels. So like. I hope they explain this. I mean, I don't
almost like a
care too much, but but it'd be nice if they explain, like, yes, she felt something, and the Sarkarnan was doing something.
Maybe she has a talent, a non-book talent, but a show talent of being able to find Angriel.
Yeah,
she's got a lot of them.
She does a lot of them. Yeah. By the way, I can't believe that Moraine just pockets it though.
She's like, that's mine.
It was a very. She did a couple of different Matt things. One is pocketing this thing. The other one was moving 700 weapons before they went through the spear gate.
Fantastic.
I mean, I can believe she took it because a couple reasons. One, land fear.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, of course, whatever.
No, protecting herself from land fear, like finding a weapon here, finding something that she can use, makes sense. So
that's so Moraine. I mean, yeah.
So we know there's a sequence where she's doing like a dance on the rock and channeling with the with the thing. So
she's planning something.
You think the Aiel are gonna be mad that she took it?
Will they even know?
Will they even know?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, I mean, this is a good point. I saw where was this at? AJ said it maintains the fog. So now that she's taken it, will that somehow change something in Ruidian? So
she broke Ruidian.
Yeah, did she break Ruidian?
That what
you muted, Jen.
Do we know that?
What's that? No, we don't know. We don't know that that's. I mean,
it is pretty.
It is somewhat of an assumption that, like, you see her use but it's a sangreal, right? For channeling purposes, but
I think we see the fog from the wide shot, and then when we go in and she takes it, that's what she uses to create the columns.
Yeah, no, that's how they. For sure, it's but did the fog get created by that too?
Right, because that was a lot of fog for one person to do without a little extra.
Right.
I mean, Latra was working overtime that day. She made the fog. She made the columns. Yeah. She looks old. That's like she's gonna take a long rest. She's gonna take a long rest after that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Like
I half expected her to like crumble to dust or something after that. Where did she go? Like she just walks off into the sunset after the Chiefs.
She's like, I'm done.
I like to think that was like her last day. Like she knew things were
How does
coming.
she know what's going to happen in the future with the Kara?
No, I mean like she could feel like physically weak from being so old. Like, got to get this done today. Right now.
Will the fog of Ruidian disappear now that Moraine took the Sarkinen? I think that's how it's pronounced. I can't remember how it's spelled. I do like this. Finn said Matt only likes this theory because Lanfear won't be blamed. I mean, sure. That's true too. Other things that stood out. I know some people are just finishing the episode and jumping in. I can't believe there's still 400 of you like just hanging out with us. I actually, after that episode, I totally can.
Yeah, because it was good.
That was an amazing episode. Other things that stood out in this episode.
The fact that there were 10,000 cuttings of the chora trees and only one made it. Yeah. Just the one out of 10,000.
Yeah, that's kind of like it seemed like that's some of the defense of like, if we give it to one of 10,000 wagons that leaves, like, who's going to really be able to find it,
If you scroll up, I sent you a few stills from Moraine's visions. There's a group of 3 that you'll see that start, the one with land on fire and the 2 above it.
Oh,
I feel like
Matt,
you just want to blame land on fire for something.
I actually have to go. I'm sorry.
No hey, no worries.
I didn't realize what time it was.
Please do, by the way, if you have to leave also out there, please do like the video while you're here. Thank you, Amber, very much for being here.
Thank you so
it was
much.
awesome.
This was a blast. Yep. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll see you soon. Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
And then there were 4 of us. I feel like you created these just so you could blame Lanfear for this. And
I just wanted to know who it was because it's totally Lanfear, right? Because I thought maybe it might be Rand, but it's Lanfear.
Yeah, I think Lanfear's like, what did you do to Land? I guess Land's running from that space.
Yeah,
probably Lanfear.
Yeah, that looks like Lanfear. And then you want to show like land on fire. That's a cool shot.
Do you want to show land on fire?
Yeah.
That was unexpected.
Yeah, it was. Maybe glad 90 wasn't around.
I liked when in the last vision, or like when she's getting like throat slit, stabbed, they show it like 4 or 5 times, and then they slow it down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just over and over again. They just
and then they're like, if you didn't get this, she has died many times, 100 times or 1,000 times. Like she died a lot of times.
How many times would you like us to kill her? Because we'll do a couple more than that.
Yeah.
Let's do it again. And why was her hair burned off in the one of them, or super short, cut weird? That was in the one with the Emmons fight, Field fight.
Oh yeah. She looked. Yeah.
It made me think of the full book spoilers. It makes me think of when somebody loses her hair in the Trolloc cook pot. Or
right. Ooh, there's another one. Do you if you look just below that land on fire, there's one of Moraine in the fish hut.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to see if that's actually Swan. Because we know there's a fish hut scene, and if Moraine has seen this and that hasn't happened in the show yet, she's gonna be so traumatized. Like, because like this can't be, like these are not good visions, right? Like they might be. This might be a good vision, but that like looks like Swan. But is that Lanfear? Instead,
we'd have to do some
on the bed.
We'd have to.
No. I mean, this not on the bed. This is the fish hut. So this is, you see, it starts with
This is what you're talking about,
Moraine.
right?
Yeah. This starts with Moraine like doing something with a fish net, and then she's like, "Oh, like love or something," like, and it cuts to this person, and I'm like, "That's not Swan, right?"
Yeah, we'd have to like.
What's the timestamp on that?
We'd have to modify.
It's the first. It's the first. It's from the first vision, so about 42 to 44, somewhere around that.
Okay.
Yeah, 42, 42.
Yeah, I see it.
Like that.
Okay.
Yeah. And it says, Kalara says Swan's actress isn't credited for appearing in this episode.
Right. I mean, but I guess what I'm trying to say is, even if it's not like, are they showing Swan, even if it's not that, if it's not Sophie, or is it Lanfear?
Or is it meant to be Lanfear as like a preemptive?
Because I mean, she'd be traumatized if this happens in the future, right? We know it happens.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that one's.
I mean, it's just a silhouette in the doorway.
Yeah,
I think it's Lanfear.
Like, you think it's Lanfear?
It's at 4301.
Hold that.
4301.
Hold that, maybe.
Yeah, you'd have to modify that one.
It does kind of look like Avienda.
It looks. I was like, yeah, it does.
Two. I don't know. There's like a crop top.
Yeah.
This
baggy pants.
Of all the images we got, this one is like so searing still.
Yeah.
Oh sure.
Like, still one of the ones that'll like stick with you for sure. All right. Other things. Is it,
I like seeing the after the scene where she was the last. No, not the last scene. The second to last Rand vision when he's with Mirren, and there's a little like I like that they were like, nope, they're not interested in each other. They're not a couple, by giving him like his soulmate, his love, when he got to the wagon and he was setting off with his partner, because there was a little bit of like, I just wanted to make sure that they weren't flirting, because that would have been weird,
Which one was that?
When he was when Mirren was talking to Rand's ancestor about and then I was and she mentions Luce Theron and like in that scene, so I'm like, I don't think there's anything going on between them, but they're very sweet, but I don't think there's anything going on. But then he gets in the wagon and he says my love to the person in the wagon with him, so I'm like, okay, good, like something else weird happening there.
Yeah. You don't want
Also,
to turn into that.
Yeah.
Vashi said that X-Ray says Avienda is in the fish hut in that one. So it is Avienda.
I had the fish one pulled up, and the X-ray does not say that. It says right before that.
Oh, it's right before it. Okay.
It's right before.
It just says Ross. Ross is the only one.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We talked about Blood Snow and Blood Snow 2 and Blood Snow Light. Did you notice that there was almost like some of the fighting was choreographed similarly to how Shail fought, and Janduin did some of the same moves, pulling the cape and the way he stabbed down. Yeah. So if you play it back, I mean, someone can do this maybe side by side, but I feel like it was like actually Blood Snow Light. Like they didn't they choreographed it probably very similarly. They didn't give the whole thing, but it was very similar.
Yeah, it felt that way for sure.
Yeah.
I liked that it was reminiscent of Blood Snow without trying to beat Blood Snow, right?
Yeah, it was totally
remember this? Also, here's some more of the story.
Yeah,
I think that's what we talked about before the show too, right? We were talking about do we want earlier in the evening, you guys were saying do we want Blood Snow 2 to be even more epic than Blood Snow 1? But no, we didn't. We wanted it to be an homage almost, and then you move off.
We did get what we thought was gonna be the case, right? Doing a cold open would just be almost a waste of time, and separate from the Aiel, and actually getting just going into the story with the cold open made the most sense. So I'm not surprised. And like you said, having an homage that turned out the way we thought it would be best. So
okay, I have something I didn't catch before.
Yeah, go for it.
Read it as we were watching it, and I couldn't figure out if I'd misread it. In Maureen's second vision after the fish hut, Maureen is the Amberlin seat.
Yes.
Egwene is her keeper.
Right.
Yes.
I heard him say Egwene, and then I heard someone say Egwene when we were listening. We were watching it, and I was like, "Wait, I thought that was Maureen. Maybe it was Egwene." No, Egwene's the keeper. I love that. I love that.
It's really cool.
Yeah, Rand's pleading to her.
Mm-hmm.
She's like Moraine, and then he says Egwene. Yeah.
And I think Megan is in the blue.
Yep, that is her. Yeah. She's in the center, right?
Yeah.
Is this you're talking about this one right here?
I think Varen is one of the brown. Varen's the brown on the
really
sequence. Yeah.
Oh, that is Egwene.
It's upside down, but you can see there's Varen over there in the middle.
Nice.
And I can't tell who's in the middle back there. Is that Alana back there in the middle for the greens?
Cool. I didn't flip it around yet.
Huh.
Oh my god. It's so good. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I did not notice that was Egwene.
Yeah, me either.
There's a bunch of details on these flips that I think you just have to pause and look at them.
Oh yeah, there's Varen. Oh.
Toby said, "There was nothing more important than holding on to the people you love. What a great quote from Mirren then as well. It's a flashback. Love the characterization of her continually through the show, which I thought was good."
Mm-hmm.
And yes, someone said, so many perfect writing moments like this in the episode. The Rand Moraine combo about the war was a great way to prime us for Janduin. Yep.
Yeah.
Trying to see what else. What did I miss here in chat?
At least one of the flips where she's holding Rand, she's in the ambulance seat just.
Mm-hmm.
And then the one she kills him, she's also in that dress.
But I like how they're showing variations of that, right? She's like, I'm gonna bow to him, I'm gonna kill him, I'm gonna bond him, right? And this goes back to the letter that Moraine leaves for Rand, right?
Right.
And just talking about this stuff and the things that she saw, and why she made the choices she did. I love that they've given us the visualization of it to understand that more clearly than just in a letter, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I was not expecting land to get burned by that fear.
All right, I'm getting I'm getting tired. I think I'm gonna go get some.
Are you out, Brian?
I think I'm out.
You're out. No, I need to probably sign off here too for everybody. I know there's still like 400 of you here tonight. Remember, we are back. I don't think I have it open anymore. Here it is. Tonight we are back, and Rafe Judkins, a showrunner of the Wheel of Time, will be joining us. Let me grab that. Just go grab this link. You can go answer the pre-show poll is up, and yeah, be here at 8 p.m. Eastern. And if you want me to ask a question, or at least I have a chance to review your question, I can't guarantee that I will ask it. You can jump into Discord, and our Discord server. Obviously, follow the rules there and look for Fan Premier Questions channel. And I know fans have started dropping questions for Rafe there, because I'm gonna, end here, and I'm gonna go sleep, and then I'm gonna go to work, and then I'm gonna go home.
We're gonna come back,
and then we'll have that interview. So, please do go to that link. Like that, set notifications. Don't forget to be back here, and it'll be really interesting to hear what Rafe has to say about episode 4, how it came together, what were some of the choices they made. It'll be really interesting to find out. I think one of the things I want to find out is like, where were they going? Was there a little bear fire in this? Were we going to get bears versus wolves? Were they going to make some decisions and then they course corrected somewhere else? Or was this always the vision of what we saw from the very beginning for him? And there are many more questions that you guys might suggest. And Toby said, can you upvote other people's questions? Certainly on that channel and Discord, you can like them. And so I'll see which ones you've liked. So if other fans, you don't know if you have a question, but you want to maybe suggest that I ask certain questions that people have posted there, please do feel free to just add a like or a heart, whatever it is, on the questions you like. And so, that's a good question, Toby. And Not All One said, what's the sleep you speak of? Yeah. Hope that you all had a good time. This turned out really fun. We'll do this again each week, because why not, right? 4 more of these, and the season will be over at that point. So,
Matt,
live it up.
Why do you gotta hush my buzz like that?
We're always gonna be able to go back and watch this episode again, man. So,
Season 4 when?
Season 4 when, right? Let me end this poll. 155 of you voted on this. Will the fog of Viridian disappear now that Moraine took the Sarkinen? 55% believe the yes. Yes. Don't blame it on Lanfear. Blame it on Moraine. I still got 2.5 hours at work before I can even think about sleep. Nice. I'm going to change my handle to Latra's Boots. I like it. And Edward Guest said, do you think we'll get more Wolf Dream for stuff for Perrin as Lord Luke is now there? I'm hoping so. We haven't really seen wolves come into play so far in that part with Perrin. Like, I'm hoping that last season they're building something into this season. That would be a huge, I think, letdown for me with Perrin if there just wasn't anything and it kind of disappeared from his story. So yeah, the hope is these next in the second half we will see that. And yes, astronomy, like I said, sleep well and wake. Jen, Brian, Anas, thank you all for being with us through this live watch. And we'll see you all tonight again. Click that link, drop some questions in there, set notifications, and be back here at the Dusty Wheel at 8 p.m. Eastern. And that's it, everyone. Any final thoughts from the three of you? Anything else you want to say?
We'll be back. We'll be back.
We'll be back. 98% of our guests, our viewers, rated this an 8 or above. I think that's the best rating we've ever had at the end. I think 72% of those or 80% of those were in the 10 no notes. So really, really fun episode. And yeah, that's it, everybody. As we say around here, good morning from the Dusty Wheel, and smash to black.
Welcome to the Dusty Wheel.
Hey, welcome back to the Dusty Wheel. You went right to kill it. Look at you, you're all ready. You're just done. I mean, this is like this is
really well. And now I'm like, great, my turn.
And if you don't like that, and you want to say, well, Robert Jordan could have made the two rivers all white. He could have, but he didn't.
So just complimented me on my dress, and as you can clearly see, I'm not wearing one. I see Nakomi as something along the lines of a Shida Haran analog.
It does make sense why it outlasted the breaking.
Yeah.
See, this is why I have Therese in the show, because she's going to correct everything that.
Hey everybody, welcome to the Dusty Will Show. What? Meme Off Challenge! Yay!
Carol's like baby face mounted on like a huge body. So like all of a sudden,
this is not just
like,
a traditional fantasy, right? There are sci-fi elements.
And just a moment ago, Rafe tweeted something. So let me get my guest in here with me, and
probably I would say put in 70, 80% of the work. I got to be over the shoulder and be like, no,